So I'm just going to post that link. That link. I sure hope this is showing up better than it is on mine. Okay, cool. That's all I want to make sure of. Good evening. Yes, okay, all right, sorry. I was just doing administrational work there. Kind of zoned out there. Lovely to see Leon and sorry. Okay, so Leon and Liam and JM and Elias. So yeah, welcome. We are just getting started here, kind of picking up in the middle of our progress right here with these kind of sci-fi homestead stuff. If you caught our last live stream, you would have seen some of the penciling process for this, and so yeah, that will be really fun. So let me just post one more link or two in several different places. There's too many places to place these links. Too many places. Okay, all right. I'm going to do something unprecedented and close social media and focus on what I want to do tonight. So yes, hello, good evening, everybody. JM, thank you for showing up and for the kind words. Liam, I don't know. I think I am happy for the compliment, but also I am always surprised and delighted when people are enjoying my work. Just for going years and years as an artist without anybody caring, I am kind of overwhelmed with the positive response. How Elias is asking how you get these pictures in your head. Well, it's actually the pictures in the head is the easy part. It's actually drawing them that's the hard part. No, mostly I just steal from things. Mostly I just kind of look at things and try to file off the serial numbers. Just recombine common components in a slightly different way. Paul is saying, I love how this artwork already communicates so much about the setting. Yes, that was the goal. Even though this is this is not the most original stuff, it's not really supposed to be. I want to depart from kind of a common ground, a common fantasy of what kind of, desert sci-fi things look like. So if you feel like this looks familiar, that is by design. Jake is saying, no clue if you'll see this, but I wanted to let you know that you inspired me and get me back into DMing and art. Oh, well, that makes me so happy. Thank you so much, Jake. That means a lot to me. There's been a lot of streamers and YouTubers and artists and friends that have helped me through some tough times too. So I'm glad I can be a part of that healing for you. You know, celebrate the good times while you have them. That's what I say. DM Valterink. I am dyslexic, so I apologize. Reminds me of the good old Orin region of Pokemon. I've never played Pokemon Coliseum. But if you say so. Tatooine meets Fallout is exactly the kind of vibe I'm going for. I feel like this would go well in both a post-apocalyptic thing and sci-fi. Liam says, I've never played D&D or been involved in any kind of RPG games, but I love all of your videos. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, and one of the reasons I am making these is so that folks can play solo RPGs themselves. So by using a virtual tabletop, you can kind of like set up these scenarios like with a game system like Rangers of Shadow Deep or something like that. Go ahead and give it a dive. It's a very different experience than playing, Dungeons and Dragons with a group of people, but it's still very fun. Yes, Leon. Yes, I've been living off of Vaporwave remixes of Super Nintendo games for a long time. I guess this is from Zelda, one of the 64 Zeldas, though. I could picture people living in this land, things made out of glass, making art in the sand. I'm glad. I'm so glad. All right, Desert Moon of Karth. Ooh, yeah. I saw that. I almost picked that up at Gen Con this weekend, but I had already bought too much stuff at that point. So I will kind of explain what I am doing as I am going through here. So let's open up our layers. Right now, you can see we don't really have a lot of layers. We have kind of this big gray background layer right here that I can turn on and off. And that is just because I hate staring into a white screen. I am a night mode goblin, so I very rarely like to actually be looking at like a white background. I feel like it's bad for my eyes, and at the very least I don't like it. So I'm not a doctor, but yeah. And then I have what is this? This is the flats layer right here, and that is masked. So that means I can, if we pick I have one video that kind of explains digital coloring. So a lot of this stuff will be there. But I think one of the things that has changed is I've actually started masking a folder in Adobe Photoshop so that I can just kind of like color however I want. So you can see how this pink line right here is a continuous line, but it stops where I want it to. So that's just by making a selection and masking. It's pretty simple. And then I am doing the exact same thing, but with just the lines. So you can see, if we turn off the flats layer here, you can see that the lines are all either dark brown or kind of this light brown for the sand here. And yeah, so we are going to be working on flats for a while. It's sort of my least favorite part of the process, which is why I've invited all of you fine folks to share in my misery with me. So I just kind of have this neutral gray tone in the background for everything. It's a common color in a lot of these building structures that I have already, and I do apologize if my voice sounds a little rough right now. I did lose my voice from Gen Con, and it is starting to bounce back, but these things take time. So I kind of have this, you can see this sidewalk color right here, the stair step color right here, this kind of like gray antenna color right here is the basic color that I'm starting with for all of my flats. It's a nice neutral color, so and it's on the darker end of the value scale, so it's kind of easier for me to see what I'm doing, but it doesn't actually take up that much attention and steals my top stuff when you mix in Deleuze and Rhizoma or rhizomes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I enjoy. I have so many thoughts about smooth and striated spaces as laid out in A Thousand Plateaus by Deleuze and Guattari, but I really don't know. I don't know how I would make a video about it. I feel like that video would just be for me. But the good news is that the semester is about to start, and I am teaching game design at the Columbus College of Art and Design in Columbus, Ohio, starting this fall. So there's a strong chance that as I am figuring out how to teach those classes, I'm going to be taking some of those concepts and making some more kind of like design language type videos for MapPro. I'm really looking forward to that. A lot of times if my students are, if I find myself saying the same thing over and over again, it means that I have not covered it well. And it helps me to make a video rather than kind of more extemporaneous speaking, kind of like what I'm doing now. So yeah, I enjoy kind of like making a big old PowerPoint on things and then kind of planning out my steps a little bit more carefully, but that's not really feasible to do on every single video. Hello there, Bolo. And as the meme goes, explain Deleuze right now or I'll kill you. Oh, no. Yes, do you not, what do you mean explain Deleuze? Or is that some kind of joke I'm not aware of? I'm happy to do my best, but you might have to be more specific. He was somewhat sprawling in his works, but if you're talking about specifically what I was just mentioning, smooth and striated spaces, then I would be happy to. Oh, well, if it isn't a couple of drakes, aren't we the lucky ones? Do we have both of you, or are you a liar right now? In any case, welcome. I'm so glad you're here. One of these days, I hope I catch you guys at a show. I think that would be really fun to visit in Meat Space when the world allows it. But I feel that the world conspires to keep us all apart from one another because we would be too powerful. Okay, all right. I understand, Matthew. I just wanted to make sure. I am. It's a good bet that I am generally out of the loop on something. So yeah, I just wanted to double check. Hello, Robert. So glad you're here too. Yes, we are coloring today. Paul is asking, how much time do you spend thinking about the intent of objects within the game world? I feel like it's an easy thing to overthink things. Yeah. What kind of brushes do I use for the line work? Okay, so the line work is actually a scan of Micron pens, which is why when you zoom in it looks kind of funky. It is because it is all kind of coming from scanned in traditional art. If that explains that for you. I don't think I quite understand what you mean by intent of objects in the world. Like the intended use of the machines that I'm making and stuff like that. So I'm certainly not planning out like author intent. I just do it, you know. Oh, wonderful. We do have both Drakes. My goodness. Can you believe our luck? My goodness, I think the collective noun for Drakes is an embarrassment of Drakes. It's just like an embarrassment of riches. Either. So I guess Jose or Josie is saying, I think hustler phenomenology can make a good way of understanding magic in a different way in RPGs. Just an idea. I would have to check that out. I do not know that off the top of my head, so I would have to do some research to figure that out. Generally, like, my ideal magic system in any kind of game is just you say what you do and then you roll to see if something bad happens instead. I actually don't like having specific spells with specific results. Probably the best version of like a spell book, I think, is probably the Book of Gob. It's so miraculous because it's almost all of it, I think, is qualitative design. So it's not actually saying like it's not setting a lot of hard limits and giving you a bunch of stats and numbers and dice. It's almost all like in fiction stuff that it's explaining. It actually feels like you're reading a magic book, a book of real spells, and I absolutely adore it. But yeah, I think sometimes people... I don't actually enjoy systems that much as a designer. My favorite games are oftentimes just like a couple of pages long at most. But like I said, I have reading disabilities that I struggle with, so it kind of makes it a lot easier for me if things are shorter, because then I can read it quickly, understand it, and then keep it in my mind. But there's all kinds of different stuff. I think probably I'm surprised I've never heard of somebody like really cracking open how to do like a RPG magic system using tarot cards or something. That seems like a cool way to do it. A council of worms, a court of drakes, a conspiracy of drakes. Yes, I love all these. Collective nouns is like one of those weaknesses that I have. Oh yes, okay. So Paul, the intended use of machines. No, I don't think about it. I try to base them off of machines that I have seen before. So they have sort of like a verisimilitude, like a believability to them. But as for what they're actually for, no, I don't think so. I kind of come from a kit bashing homemade terrain for like 40k kind of approach with a lot of my terrain, where I'm not really thinking through the specifics. I need the graphic impact to work first and foremost, and then and then I'll try to pilfer details from actual manuscripts if it's fantasy stuff, or from photos of industrial parks if it's this kind of stuff. So Bolo's asking, so you love Into the Odd Bastion Land as well? I love Into the Odd and Bastion Land. Matthew says, hey, I love your world building videos a lot. Any more coming soon? I don't know about world building. Probably. I'm getting ready to run my first 5e game in a long time. That is that city campaign that I actually started talking about in one of my world building campaigns. So I'm probably going to be talking about city campaigns a lot when I get some more monsters done. So the next MapCrow video is going to be building better kobolds. I'm really looking forward to it. With moving to a new city and then going back to Indianapolis, where I came from, for Gen Con, I just have not had the time to paint some kobolds. I'm really looking forward to carving out some time this week to do that. Thoughts on the weird racism in 40K? I hate it. I think it's silly and stupid, and it tells people. I was listening to an episode of Game Study Buddies, which is a wonderful podcast, and they were actually talking about a book that studied role-playing games in the 1970s out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I think it was Milwaukee. It might have been Minneapolis, but I think it was Milwaukee. In any case, the whole point of the sociologist who was kind of studying this stuff was that RPGs, such as Dungeons & Dragons and Traveller in the 70s, like any micro-society, is predicated on its exclusions and the people who it makes feel safe and the people it makes feel unwelcome. And I think it is really garbage how much of a safe space 40K is perceived to be by people with some pretty awful opinions who don't treat others very well. That is the longest possible answer to your question. Yeah. I have not yet checked out Down We Go. I'm really looking forward to it. That is from Plus One XP, I think. But yeah, I was actually set to stream that with Tony way long ago, and then we just ran into scheduling troubles and it never happened. But yeah, it's definitely on my list, and I did get a chance to talk to Tony and scheme some schemes with him at Gen Con. So watch this space for schemes. That was the whole fun of going to Gen Con. It was just going, and I didn't have a table. I just went to go buy things and be nice and talk to people who I've only spoken to on the internet up until this point. So I'm really happy with the connections that I had a chance to follow up on in person. I got so many cool things at Gen Con, and actually if you check my Twitter, you can see how much money I spent. I bought some very cool things that I don't know. This is my problem is I have a bunch of 5e friends and I love them dearly. But I need to make some indie weirdo friends who will like play test Primeval Bastion Land with me and like all this stuff, because there's just so many cool indie games that it's a harder sell for people who feel very comfortable with 5e, and that just means that I need to make even more friends and find more time for games. This is I guess a good problem to have. Hey, JP and me had pizza together, and then a bird had my pizza. My goodness. Oh, it's so good to see you, JP. It was. I think it was the highlight of the trip was getting to chill with you that evening. There's no need. Though I crave validation, I don't need you to agree. It's still magic for me, even if it wasn't the same for you. Oh my goodness. Hello, Snake Man. Yeah, I hope we can manage one day a generic fantasy game working together as a community. Generic. I guess I don't think I understand what you mean, Jose. But it sounds fun. It sounds like a good general trajectory. Yeah. Apes of Wrath? What is this? What is Apes of Wrath? What is everybody talking about? Is this something I need to check up on? Is this something I need to Google? So right now I am using just the pencil tool because I'm working all in anti-alias. I explain a lot of my digital coloring stuff in a video. If you check digital coloring, I think it's called A Coward's Guide to Digital Coloring. So I'm using the techniques there. But yeah, I'm just trying to make this as simple as possible while still having the values and everything read well. Because like I said, I enjoy a good colored piece as much as the next guy, but I really do not enjoy digital coloring at all. I have chili to make, as I think I am frequently saying. If I sent you a one-page, so Thomas is asking me if I send you a one-page RPG based on stealing the Back to the Future DeLorean as 80s characters tropes, will you play it? I barely have time to play the games that I want to right now. But really, probably the best thing that you could do is you play it. You record it with your friends, and you make a podcast or a stream or an edited video, kind of explaining it. Games that you are passionate about are always going to be best showcased, I think, by the people who are most directly involved by them. I believe I'm the president of the JP fan club, but I there could be, I might have to get in line. I guess I'm a relatively recent devotee, but it's a fiery passion that I hold in my heart for JP. Yeah, I just recently started. So for a long time, my internet would absolutely not work for streaming. So when I moved to my new place, I was just like, one of the first things I did was try to figure out if I could get this working or not. And so far it seems to be good. Nobody said that it's not, so I'm assuming it is. You're all doing an excellent job gaslighting me if this isn't working. So another reason I like to use this kind of neutral gray tone in the background is if I happen to miss some of these stray pixels here and there, it's not really a big deal. It's kind of a little bit more forgiving. And in fact, I got that idea from restorers of old frescoes and murals from the Renaissance. A lot of times, instead of trying to repaint things, they will actually just fill in areas with neutral tones and grays because it makes those cracks and problems less noticeable without really interfering with the supposed intent. It's kind of like a minimal interference, a doctrine of prime directive art restoration. Gentleman of a certain age, so I am only a moment away from making a Star Trek Next Generation reference at any given point. Testa, thank you so much for the kind words on the vampire redesign. I'm really happy to share that process with folks, and I'm really happy with its reception. The lag between the things you say in real time and responding is my favorite kind of chaos. Yeah, well, yeah, my internet's a lot better, but it ain't that good. So yeah, there's it, and also sometimes I'm just slow to actually recheck what people are saying because I will blather for far too long, which is rude of me. but if I was capable of doing better, surely I would have figured it out by now. All right, looking good. I think this weird generator thing is just about finished. But yeah, I kind of got the idea for this thing from the shield generator on Hoth from Empire Strikes Back, and then I just kind of added some more rusty bits to it. So it kind of has, in terms of color theory, kind of has a complementary color scheme. So if we have our color wheel, let's set up a new layer here. Just have a little talk about this. So we have red, orange. I need to do this in a certain order, otherwise I will trip over this. And violet. Okay, so here we have our kind of color wheel. Let's just all pretend this is an actual wheel. So we might notice that directly opposed to each other is this blue from this orange. So we kind of have this, we have this orange, rusty kind of plates kind of sticking out here, and then some very desaturated, cooler grays in here. So it's, even though we're desaturating the blue is still very much in that conversation with the more saturated orange, and thus a complementary color scheme. So not only is this high contrast in terms of hue, but this is also high contrast in terms of saturation as well. So we have the very bright and vibrant oranges against the very subdued blues. What is my background in art? Hey, Stokes! Oh man, it's good to see you, dude. It's been too long. You're my favorite Markby Wrangler. You have to, I think, wrangle the Markbees more often than I do in your game. So I use neutral grays for my characters and designs. When I ask my wife, she says I don't like the background color. Well, I mean, there's no accounting for taste. Oh, the music is a tiny bit loud. I can turn that down a little bit. I hope that turned it down. There we go. That certainly turned it down. Thanks for the feedback on that. I want to make sure it's good on that. Googly eyes, and you have a Lego-like mimic. Yeah, I love Dyson Logos, who adds googly eyes to everything. That's always a lot of fun. Testa asks what my background in art is. It is actually, I spent 10 years drawing comic books. Probably nothing you've heard of, though I think they're obviously all artistic triumphs. They weren't even well received enough to get critically panned. It's just nobody saw them or read them. Although I was happy to see that Oni Press was carrying my comics work, The Savage Beard of She-Dwarf, at the Oni Press booth. I was actually rather surprised. If I would have known that sooner, I would have tried to go up and do a signing or something like that. But no one talked to me about it, so it goes. But I was really self-taught for a long time. I didn't go to art school until recently for grad school, and I think there's a lot to be said for that. Just kind of my ability to just do whatever I wanted to. It meant that it probably took me a little bit longer, but it also meant that I had to be very present for my own learning process, which means when I really learned something, I really learned something. I didn't learn it just for the test and then forget it. which as a collegiate educator now, I see happen with somewhat regularly, like with linear perspective or things like that. So forgetting the basics is a lot to learn, and if it's not immediately apparent how useful it's going to be to you, you will just stop using it. It's just how it goes. Captain Comet says, "Hey MapCrow, love your videos. I've taken a lot of inspirations to start drawing isometric stuff because of you." Thank you so much. I'm so glad to hear that. It's maybe too quiet. Okay. Well, that's the last time I'm touching the if it was up to me, I would just not put the video or the music on the video at all, because I think it's like so easy for everybody to just open up a tab and listen to their own music, but if somebody's watching this on like their phone or something like that won't be as easy. And thus the music is, and then also depending on like how the song is actually mastered, it might come out like remarkably loud than the next one. So you just never know. How do you build color palettes? Do you use everything you build with it for each? And please explain She-Dwarf. So, a couple of Drakes, my friends. If you go to shedwarf.com right now, you can still read most of my graphic novel for free. It is a story about the last dwarf in the world on a quest to discover what happened to her people. It took about 5 years of me of my life to finish, and I'm really, really very proud of that work. But it did kind of launch in graphic novel form at the very beginning of the pandemic, June of 2020. It didn't exactly. That wasn't making the news. You might say that was not something that the world was really like, oh, what books are coming out now? As a result, I think probably, so after spending a long time just being burnt out from that, I got into map making and then a YouTube about map making, and then the rest, as they say, is history. But fantasy art has always been near and dear to my heart. So I will, whatever medium I'm working in, I'm going to put Dungeons and or Dragons nearby. Draw a cat, please. I am not taking requests right now, but thank you. Well, you have a good one, Jose. I hope I've been saying your name correctly. Yeah, God, it's just I'm telling you, there's just so many great remixes of these video game songs, and as somebody who has spent a lot of time looking for Creative Commons background music for videos, man, it's just like, it's really tough to not play copyrighted music, because there's just like, there's an intentionality to a lot of copyrighted music. That there's like, even background music for video games, it's just, it's better. It's just better. So not being able to have that kind of, you want to make these videos as good as you want, as you can, but also like, you don't want to appropriate other artists' work in a way that they have said not to. I'm going to move my phone so it doesn't vibrate the microphone. if it rings or something. Yeah, good public domain music, good good Creative Commons music. It's out there, but also, you know, finding something that also works for a video is kind of like the next step of challenge. It's a whole thing. And there's a lot of like chill hop out there in and I made a promise to myself that I would not put chill hop in my my videos, not because I don't want to or not because I don't listen to chill hop or don't like it, and it's not because I don't enjoy videos that have it in it. I was like I just don't really want to do that same thing that everybody else is doing. So I got like a bunch of like dungeon synth to start with. So a lot of my early stuff has dungeon synth music in it, and then I have kind of moved on to something that's somewhat more cheerful, because a lot of dungeon synth is kind of like fairly dour. It's really good stuff, but it is kind of like, it is somewhat more bleak than the tone that I actually want to carry in my videos. So yeah. Maths a lot. I never thought of myself as a creative person. When I discovered creativity in creating and modified monster stat blocks, and your drawings are so inspiring, even if you can't draw anything. I'll bet you could draw stuff. I was just thinking about this. I feel like if you can ride a bike or like, you know, merge a car into traffic safely, you probably have the motor skills you need. But it does take practice, right? And that practice can sometimes take a long time, but you can be creative doing whatever you want. You know, I say do what makes you happy first. Don't worry about accepted forms of creativity, right? But yeah, I totally agree. I think you probably have a head for monster stat blocks that I don't. I actually really, when it comes time to actually do stat blocks, I work with other people to do that kind of stuff because I don't enjoy it. It doesn't make sense to me. And it's not fun for me. It doesn't. So yeah, that's when, you know, where you have, kind of, things that you don't find as exciting in any kind of creative process. That just means it's your chance to invite other people into that process with you. Or you could just go like full Gesamtkunstwerk and just, you know, try to do everything yourself. Yeah, if you can write the alphabet, you can draw stuff. JP has some great videos on, and I think JP probably explains it better than any other artist YouTube that I have ever seen. Just like how to really break down stuff into simple shapes, and not like how to draw an owl where like step 3 is a couple, or, you know, step 1 is a couple of circles and step 3 is an owl, right? JP does an excellent job kind of showing that process, and it's far more approachable than I think it's commonly thought to be. So you may enjoy checking those out. How much practice do you need? I started drawing 1 week ago, and I don't really see progress yet. I drew about 20 things. Yeah, that's a good question. You know, Elias, when I get questions like that, it is difficult for me to answer because I don't know what your goals are for drawing things. Like, do you want to draw professionally? Like, for what? Do you want to be doing, you know, key art for animated shows? Do you want to be doing like pixel art indie games? Like, you know, what is the end goal for that? And that is going to help you judge your progress and then also focus your practice in a way that you will be able to. You're not going to see progress really until you have something to progress towards, if that makes sense. Yeah, and as usual, Jesus is right. Just add more circles. um, but I mean, yeah. So it depends. It depends. There's a lot of people out there that say draw, 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 draw every day, and I think that's kind of vague to the point of being worthless advice. Because what you really need is a chance to reflect and a chance to really look at your work and compare it to something. Don't compare your success to other people, but do compare the end result of your creative labor to people working in the same milieu, people working in the same arena that you want to work in. And if all you want to do is keep a sketch journal that you're not really interested in showing other people, you don't really have to worry about getting better. If you're just drawing because it makes you happy, then you don't really need anyone's advice. But if you're drawing towards some kind of professional or semi-professional goal, like putting out some kind of RPG zine or something like that, then I think it would be far easier to answer that question. That's the longest possible answer that still doesn't actually answer your question, but yeah, I'm used to having a whole semester to answer questions like that. I want to draw landscapes and maps for my D&D campaign so I can imagine my world better and not lose the vision of my world. Then I highly recommend that you look at JP's videos, because that is exactly what JP's videos are about. And there's all kinds of stuff, all kinds of angles that they talk about. And then if you want to experiment with something that looks closer to my style, look into my map making playlist, and there's going to be a bunch of stuff in there that kind of like once you kind of have more practice under your belt, you can start messing around with different people's styles, and seeing what looks good on you, what fits. Otter Musician says, self-reflection is important, but getting something down on paper in the first place is also good. Yeah, well, I meant, yes, you're absolutely right. And when I mean reflection, I mean not imagining this perfect work and how amazing it will look when it's finally done. I mean doing a thing and then looking at it and then judging it by specific criteria. Not not just like staring into the distance and kind of like wishing it was over already. I think on writing, Stephen King says there are two kinds of writers in the world. There are those who write and those who want to have written, who want the hard part to be over. And so yeah, I think that is also quite applicable to artists as well. There are people who actually want to sit down and make things and look at finished things and evaluate finished things to get better towards a specific goal. And then there are people who just kind of want to be known as a famous artist or something like that. And which is fine. I mean, that's what I want. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no shade meant. It's just the big thing that separates me from my students is not is really just time and mileage on the road of progression towards a specific goal. That's it. I have many students, frequently, embarrassingly many students, who are actually better at drawing and better at digital painting than I am, and will likely ever be. But they still don't know what to look for to. They still don't know what to look for in their own work for how to grow even closer to their goal, and that is something that I can help them out with because I have been working towards that for a lot longer than they have. So even if I can't do exactly what they're doing, I can help them do something different, which is really what you need to do when you're trying to learn how to do things better, is do something different usually. Yeah, I don't know. The problem is I don't know what my problem is. I'm very creative, but I can't put the stuff down on paper. I don't know. Yeah, I would try to move past that point by sheer force of will until you begin enjoying it, and see if that works. But yeah, if there's something else blocking you, maybe it's like, you know, maybe it's some kind of like internal monologue about you know, you're being too harsh on yourself or something like that. Or maybe your life is not in a great point right now where you have sort of like you're not in a great place emotionally or physically or something like that, you know. If it's more about productivity than the joy of curiosity, that can be a really big problem too. But yeah, I don't know the specifics of your situation, so I couldn't say. I had a wonderful Gen Con, Midnight Jester. My Gen Con went better than I ever hoped. I am over the moon with how Gen Con went. I got some cool stuff. I got to talk to some wonderful folks, and yeah, really got to kind of like follow up on some connections that I've made purely online during the pandemic. And yeah, I really just couldn't be happier with how Gen Con went. Just getting a chance to talk to people in a real place about things that I really care about is what I wanted for Gen Con, and thank goodness I got it. I feel just over the moon about it. I think probably next week, John and I are going to record an episode of Splat Book. We're just kind of catching up on a bunch of games, so I'll have a chance to talk through Gen Con and stuff like that. Any chance I'll be at PAX as well? Unfortunately not this year, but I plan on getting to more cons in the near future. Snow Panther saying, I love your art style, especially the line art. Are there other artists who have similar styles as you? I really don't know. I don't. So one of the a lot of the early map work that I got was for Zweihander from Andrews McMeel Publishing. And I got that work because I'm one of the few guys who's actually still drawing traditionally. There's a lot of really amazing digital artists out there, but yeah, there's not a lot of people drawing maps traditionally. Actually, I'm gonna pull up. So if you go to my Twitter, my goodness, I had a few lovely moments where I totally forgot the word for Twitter. I have made a list, so if you go to my list of mappers, you can kind of check out other people. Now, they're not always posting their map stuff and all that kind of thing, but this is a great place to go. Sometimes you also get blessed with wonderful cats and things like that. But right now, I think there's like almost 200 people on this list, maybe like 150 people on this list of people who are posting maps. So I know Brooklet Games does maps somewhat similar to me. But yeah, just kind of like scroll through here until you see something map shaped, and that will probably answer your question better than I will, just off of the top of my head. Um, uh, but yeah, that would be my suggestion to you. Yeah, Matt's a lot. You used to live 2 hours from Gen Con, and then they moved it. Yeah, can you believe it? Thank you for the kind words on that Chrome reflection. I want to keep this understated because here, let's take a little field trip to the Foundry. What? That's not what I wanted. Foundry VTT. Let's see if this explodes my computer. Because I want to. This is really important when, in terms of making style decisions, and this kind of gets back to some of the stuff I was talking about earlier. This, I don't know that Foundry's going to open because I have OBS open and Photoshop at the same time. We'll see. We'll try. But there's a specific use case for these things, so I need them to look colorful and interesting and evocative, but also stay in the background behind character tokens. So if we open up Foundry, and we open up what we got here. So this is a virtual tabletop. Oh, I don't want to do that. I'm going to hit that. Login successful. Here we go. All right. So this is similar to something like Roll20, and the differences are many, but that kind of. So this is kind of a random dungeon that I have created just by dragging in a bunch of random dungeon chunks that I made for my patrons. So you can very quickly just bring in 3 or 4 different floor tiles and fit them together, and you'll have kind of like this random landscape. And then what you would do is kind of bring in some actors and bring in some figures. This might take far too long to do, but let's just see. Let's just pretend this will go smoothly this time. I had to reinstall this recently because an update screwed up the plugin, which is one of the big issues with this. It's constantly in. No, I don't want tiles. I want tokens. All right, so let's just grab this guy. Select this guy. We'll do that. Did it save it? Gosh. This is why I choose to do videos where I can edit this stuff out. So it's probably just a super bad idea to try to do this live, but we'll give it a shot. Update token. Is it working yet? There we go. Alright. So if we zoom in, this guy's a little bit too small. So if I click on him, go to token, go to image, we'll make his scale like 2.3. Let's update the token. So that's about the size he would be. All right. So so I draw my character tokens and monsters twice the size as they would show up on the grid. So you might be able to detect a little bit of a difference between this background line weight and the character line weight, but that doesn't bother me. But I don't want, I always want to make sure that the character tokens have, they look different enough from the background that they don't blend in quite too much. So I save all of that black line work for the tokens. I make sure my tokens have drop shadows on them, and then I also add this rim light around them, so you can see around the tail and the antlers is kind of this bright yellow light. So no matter what background they're against, they have a good chance of standing out. But oftentimes you're going to be looking at all of your different characters and monsters and everything from about this far away. And you can still kind of pick it out pretty nicely. So this is kind of the end use case for these characters. So the tokens are going to be a little bit more colorful, a little bit more high value contrast, and much more detailed than the background is going to be. So I hope that kind of explains what I'm doing. Yeah, it took a lot of kind of messing around to do that, to figure out like how this actually works, because it's one thing to make things look nice in Photoshop, and it's another thing to make them look nice when it's like all crammed together in one place. And even you can see here like the browns of this beast are kind of really close to the browns of this ground, but if we kind of scoot this guy like over here onto like the dungeon bricks, this, you can see this is looking a lot better. So probably, I think I can actually give him like a color hue or something like that. So we go to token, let's see here, image. Yeah, we can change like a tint color and make this guy like, you know, red or something like that. Yeah. So if we were really having problems seeing him, I could just color him so everybody could kind of see what's going on, and that would help make it visible for everybody. Because you want, you know, these things are any game piece. It needs to have a clean silhouette so you can tell what's going on, because there are game decisions to be made by adding that to the board. And this is what I mean when what you are. Thank you, Stokes. I'm always flattered by your attention, and I'm not even joking. I just have a voice that sounds sarcastic, but I adore you and your work, and it means a lot when you say nice things. So yeah, all that to say, like, how do you get better at drawing is an infinite question. It's an insolvable question. How do you get better at drawing is not really a question that can be answered. How do you get better at drawing digital components for virtual tabletop gaming? Now we have some concrete design constraints that we can start working towards solving, and that is something that you can really progress in, because you have a set direction. You're not just making arbitrary decisions and hoping that it means progress. You are making decisions towards a specific use case. So if you want to get better at drawing, maybe, you know, say I want to get better at drawing comics, or I want to get better at drawing, you know, tattoos, or bumper stickers, you know, whatever it is. Just be specific about it. Hello. It's the King Jojo. Welcome. Okay, so Midnight Jester is saying, so you have to plan around not having the benefit of tokens, having just the right composition at all the times. Yes, exactly. And this is actually one of the big problems of just drawing regular fantasy maps, or I should say, the problem of drawing isometric maps is you have no background. It's all background. So you can't just, like with spot illustrations and like normal painting compositions, you can do things to separate the fields of vision from foreground to background. But because this is an orthographic projection, there is no difference. It is all foreground. There's no diminishing line. You can't make things in the background, you know, bluer or brighter. You are always confronted with everything you see at all times in isometric perspective. So yeah, it's kind of mind bending how many extra problems you have to solve when you're doing isometric stuff. On my way to work, I have to split. Oh, well, you have a great day, Matthew. And thank you for the well wishes. And no, I will never stop. I will never stop saying nice things. I will never stop saying nice things about you, my friend. There's a little spot right here. There's just 2 pixels right here. You see them? I can't color them. They're not getting colored. My masking is off. I've got to fix it. I've got to fix it. You can see how chill I am about this whole process. This is one of the reasons why I hate coloring, is because now I'm wasting time to fix 2 pixels. You can see how painful this is for me now. I want you to feel my pain. Writhe with me, my worms. So yeah, there you go. If that doesn't make you log off from the stream, I don't know what will. Oh my goodness. What programs would I recommend modifying pictures you already have? Modifying them for what, Maths a lot? Because I mean, I don't know. It's like Instagram filters might work. I don't know what you mean by modifying pictures you have. Again, I'm really not trying to be complicated about this, but the specifics are what both you and I need to solve this problem together. Oh man, I love this song. And just Secret of Mana has the most kickin' soundtrack. Just one of the best soundtracks out there. And then you add just like a drum beat to it, and you're like, oh man. I've tried to make vaporwave before, but I can't. I don't know enough about music in order to understand the meaningful decisions that I would have to do. And usually, if I'm spending time doing that, it means that something else that's much more important is not getting done. So I only have so much time to figure out how much time it takes to figure out things. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like I've tried to pick up new skills and new hobbies every once in a while, and then I run into this problem, and this is my own mania, is I immediately start figuring out how I can make money from it. and then also I run into the problem of like, I feel very happy with my drawing skills, and it is very difficult for me to go down and be starting beginner level at things again. It is a very frustrating thing to do. So I don't. My frequent decision is to then just not do new things, and then just keep doing the things I've already said I would do anyway. You know, sometimes you got to know your limits. That's fine too. But yeah, probably musical talent's the one I am the most jealous of. When I see somebody who has musical talent, I'm just like, ooh, that would be truly happy if I could just do that. If I just woke up one morning, I could suddenly do that. Oh goodness. Then I would be truly happy. I guess for putting in two pieces of monsters together and then making new monsters and blending them together so they don't look like two monsters. Oh, I see what you mean. You could do this with MS Paint if you wanted to. I think what are you blending together? Are you blending together photographs? Are you blending together public domain illustrations from old books? That it all kind of depends. Like the more specific, the better with these kinds of things. But I think I know what you mean. Probably GIMP would be really good. I use so much Adobe software anyway, and right now my school is actually paying for it. But even when it wasn't, I was paying for it because I really enjoy using it. Clip Studio would be another really good option for image manipulation of all kinds. It's very versatile, and it frequently goes on sale, and it does nearly everything that that Photoshop does, and in some cases better. But because I'm paying for the rest of the Creative Suite, I just go ahead and keep Photoshop. This ladder needs to be a different color. And I don't know what it should be. I'm just gonna go with this kind of like other desaturated blue and hope that solves all of my problems. And it does. Okay. All right. Good job, Kyle. Really, I guess I really blew your minds with that one. Little blue joke for you. So you can kind of see that there is, some of these are if we open up our ruler and kind of drag out some guidelines, we can see that a lot of these straight vertical lines are not actually very straight up and down because they're hand drawn, and that is bad. You don't want that, but I don't actually mind. So like, I have it straight. I used a ruler where I really needed it. But like if we take this guide right here and kind of like look at exactly how wonky this ladder is, it does kind of bug me, but also not enough to change it. And I don't mind that my map stuff looks hand drawn and kind of like a little wonky. I actually want it to. I want it to look imperfect, because that is something that maybe it's not the best thing to tie your brand to, is kind of having things look a little wee-wah, as we say in the arts biz. But I kind of do like it when it's all on a virtual tabletop together. I really do like it, so I try not to stress out about it too much. There are some people who are far more precise than I am, and they have already gotten their customers and their market figured out. So now I just need to find the people that are like, nah, give us the wee-wah stuff, yo. Give us that wee-wah stuff. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, I just saw Sheep in Disguise saying, started DMing for the first time. That's awesome. It's nerve-wracking, and for me, it never gets not nerve-wracking. I have a game on Wednesday and Saturday, that both of which I feel quite underprepared for. But I know once I get going, I'm going to be at a table with my friends, and we're going to have a delightful time. And if something goes a little wee-wah, that's my brand. I'll just explain it to them. What do you think the difference between things being wrong but seem stylish, and then things just looking wrong? Hello, Estival. I don't know that I said your name right, but hello nonetheless. Yeah, Midnight Jester is asking what I think the difference between things. Well, my whole thing is if it looks right, it is right. And that includes doing things like, tracing things. As long as you're not plagiarizing, it's okay with me. If you want to bust out like 3D models of things and trace over them or whatever, all that stuff is great. Depending on rights attributions and so forth notwithstanding. But yeah, I think, some of my favorite, we were having a conversation in the Roll20, not Roll20, my goodness. There's a game called Turnip 28, and it has a little Discord, and it's wonderful. Some of the coolest, most bonkers amazing artists that I have talked to are in that Discord, and we were having a discussion one day about lumpy artists, so artists that kind of draw things that are just like that are not actually like traditionally good. Like John Blanche is a great example of this. He did a lot of art for the early stuff in Games Workshop history, and it's all absolutely amazing stuff. I would be lucky if I ever managed to draw a single image with the kind of graphic impact that John Blanche musters seemingly effortlessly through his storied career. But it also kind of looks, it's kind of lumpy and wrong. There's a lot of really great, especially early TTRPG art, what we would nowadays call TTRPG art, especially from the UK, for Games Workshop, that just like it's kind of all over the place. It's not polished in the same way that like 5th edition art is, and I prefer it to be that way. I like art that has personality, that has an opinion. I frequently think this is the worst feedback, but I continue to give it to my students, is when you make only the correct decisions about your art, you end up with something that looks very polite. You have kind of like a wallflower of a piece, and I like artists and artistic works that really have an opinion, that go a direction. So yeah, I don't know. Without talking specifics, it's kind of like impossible to know if this makes sense or not. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I would rather, and when I was teaching illustration, I would run into this all the time, where it's just like, the thing I was afraid of is making everybody draw like me, or make everybody think that there was a correct way to draw, which I cannot think of a more insidious thing to do as an educator. I wanted them to draw the stuff that they were curious about in the way they wanted to try, more than anything else. But when you're kind of surrounded by by other educators who are getting them to do things the right way, and meaning the way that they were taught, so pedagogical ideas about how to run the classroom that date back to like the 1930s. It's like, oh boy, this is kind of a system of violence that removes creative children from their wisdom, and there were times that it was very challenging to be a part of that system. So yeah, I was very careful to say, like, to present feedback as options instead of do it this way or you get an F. The cudgel of grades is the enemy of creativity and growth, in my opinion. But the institution requires grades, so it's a bit of a sticky wicket, as they say. Someone says that. I don't know who, but I'm sure someone out there is saying sticky wicket. Oh boy. Yeah, I know. 2 games in 1 week. That's a lot. It's too much. But so I have another convention to get to. It's a small local convention in Ann Arbor, and my friend is letting me stay up there. I'm really looking forward to it. But yeah, it's a lot. I'm running a game using Caltrop Core, which is kind of like Blades in the Dark, but with a lot fewer subsystems, and it only uses D4 for dice. And there's kind of a running joke that everybody on that message board hates using D4. So I'm gonna make those are the only dice that everybody is going to use in that. And then it's going to be a Star Wars game, and the name of the adventure that I'm writing for it is called Darth Vader Must Die, and it is about a group of bounty hunters who are hired to sneak into Darth Vader's castle from the basement and try to assassinate him when he's in his rejuvenating Bacta tank. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, but I have not had any chance to actually plan for it, so I'm getting a little bit nervous. I got a lot of other things I need to get off my plate before I actually get time to plan it too. So it could be a miserable disaster. We'll see. You are not late. You are like a wizard. You have arrived precisely when you meant to. Captain Comet saying, "Do I watch Sly Flourish? I listen to his podcasts nigh religiously. I think he's one of the sharpest minds in the space right now, and I really love his DM Talk show, especially right now. And yeah, I've read his books as well, and I always use those to prep. The Sly Flourish's Secrets of the Lazy Dungeon Masters is probably the best book on role-playing that I know of. Monday night is as for games. The group is waiting on us. Oh no! All right. Well, you go have a good evening. You couple of drakes. Thank you so much for joining us. Middle-class British people from the 60s say sticky wickets. Thanks for the. Didn't want to assume, but thanks for the heads up. Can you illustrate Darth Vader Must Die? Yeah, you know what, JP, we should. If you're serious, I'll call your bluff. Once I get the notes done, I really do think that would be fun to turn into like a pamphlet. So that might be a really fun collab to do. But yeah, basically, like, it contains, like most creative works from me, it is driven chiefly by spite. So all right, listen, I'm gonna get into some hot Star Wars takes right now, and I'm not trying to say that. Yeah, I know. But, I'm not saying that I think anybody is wrong. I'm just saying these are my own. These are the things that make me interested in about Star Wars. So, I really enjoyed The Last Jedi, and I think it would have been far better if they had just, even though they seemed displeased with the direction of that film, if they had just actually made a sequel to that film instead of doing everything they could to erase the creative decisions of that film. I think things would have turned out better, but that's just my opinion. But I think there's a lot of stuff about kind of like what I thought that Snoke guy was and what he was up to, and kind of like that whole connection to the dark side that has kind of like had me thinking like, ooh, there's actually like, I think there's a whole adventure to do. And then also, when I saw Rogue One and you see Darth Vader's castle for the first time, which is actually like from boards, the storyboards, cut sequences from storyboards from, I assume, Return of the Jedi. It might be Empire Strikes Back, but I think it's Return of the Jedi, where he's talking to the emperor and stuff in his weird temple, and I'm just like, man, that would be so cool. That's a dungeon right there. It's got like, it's on a lava planet. You know, there's you have an evil wizard to destroy. This would be a great Dungeons and Dragons game. And then so kind of, yeah, mixing in like all of these ideas that I that just were spilling out of me when I was thinking about those movies after I had watched them, and then kind of turning that into a game. So it's not really spite so much as just going like, oh, it seems like you left some free ideas just kind of like hanging out on the ground. So I'm gonna take these and make a cool. So the theme of this little con called Roll for Topic Con is it's white whales. So everybody's running a game they've always wanted to run but have never had the guts to do. So yeah, I think it's going to be like a night of ambitious attempts, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what everybody is bringing. And I wish I had the time to like really put together like my big, Darth Vader's castle dungeon map, to fold out this big, 36 by 36 inch map, but that is not going to happen. At least not with the time that I have this week. So these things happen. All right, I'm trying to look up a previous thing so I can sample some colors from it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Your hot takes are just my own thoughts. Yeah. All right. We're clearly at the cool kids table. Everybody. It's like if everybody agrees with me, that means we are cultivating an excellent community of people with discerning tastes and who are capable of being polite when someone else in the stream mentions Star Wars, and that is the most heartening thing. It really, really is. What with computers these days. I'm gonna change the color of this drain. I don't even know why anybody would put a drain on the roof right in that particular spot. I know enough about architecture to know that's not where you would put a drain, but whatever. Am I right? Yeah, so I think JP, I think I want to run that Darth Vader Must Die on Splatbook someday. So yeah, you're in a tough position here because I could just have you on the show to play a character in it, or you could. I guess this one's mutually exclusive. I just have to run you through it before I then figure out how we can actually make that zine happen. But yeah, I think we would have a good time. I've actually I've talked about this somewhat in the past before, but some of my worst role-playing experiences have been in Star Wars games. Because I think there's for me, I have a very clear idea of what a Star Wars adventure would be, and that makes me kind of a judgmental jerk when I'm playing in other people's games. So there, everybody should be able to do what they want, but to me, Star Wars is kind of like a very somewhat specific premise that has been broadened somewhat by things like The Mandalorian and stuff like that, but it's still kind of like, I don't know, like Sergio Leone adjacent, we'll say. So if you're doing like a whodunit mystery, probably it's not going to be a great Star Wars game for me, for this little jerk right here. That's that's all I got to say on that. Well said, Midnight Gesture. Well said. Captain Comet, I am probably not going to get into streaming games. I feel like that is asking a lot of my hardware. It takes a lot to kind of wrangle several different... Like, the graphics card is already basically maxed out. I'm actually surprised you can't hear the exhaust fan on my tiny little laptop just kind of like heating up this room. like it's a jet engine turbine. So yeah, I don't think I have the technology to do that. But all that to say, like, when I listen or when I interact with, actual plays, I prefer them in podcast form, which is one of the reasons I am doing actual plays on podcasts. That's the way I prefer it. And I also prefer edited actual plays as opposed to, a big 5-hour dump. Yeah, we are... Yeah, I agree, Math Slot. I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah, I think running a Lord of the Rings game is really difficult, which is one of the reasons. So one of the things that John is going to do for me on an episode of Splatbook in the near future is run me through the one DM, one player version of the One Ring RPG, and I think it's called Strider Mode, and I'm actually really looking forward to it. It's been a long time. I'm one of those forever GMs you hear so much about, so I am kind of just like over the moon. John is my favorite DM. Has he even DM'd for me? No, yeah, he did. He did for I think the first one of these. No, yeah. Anyways, I'm just going to be ruminating on the exact details of these things in a way that is uninteresting and uncompelling to listen to if I'm not careful. So, all that to say, I know he has DM'd for me on the show, and he's very, very good at it. He's been running games for a long time. Longer than I have, and yeah, it's great. I wish there was something I could do to make that alert sound not play when I'm using Photoshop, because it's never telling me something I need to know. It's always just going like, you're pressing the buttons you always press, but this time I'm gonna get angry about it. So, I mean, I use Photoshop, which means I despise it. There goes my Adobe sponsorship. Shucks darn, folks. I could use that sweet Creative Cloud cash. That filthy Adobe lucre. Oh, interesting. So Midnight Jester saying, my friend group has the opposite GM problem. We're all GMs fighting for time slots when we get to run what we want. I think that's great. I think that's a marvelous problem to have. It sounds too good to be true, frankly. Oh, sorry, Captain Comet. Yeah, I'm sorry. I must have misread you. So Captain Comet wasn't talking about me streaming games, but talking about me streaming the prep for those games. I could see myself doing that, especially if that prep involves components for things. But I kind of think of myself as like an art guy first, and I don't know that like. So like Mike Shea's DM prep is really, really good, but he is also he preps. He's much more comfortable with his prep than I am, but eventually I that might end up happening. Um, I think there's other things that I would do before I would do that are kind of like around prep. So I am in the process of making a big old map for this game. So probably I would stream that before I would stream the prep for that game. But that's an interesting idea. I would have never thought of that. So I'll have to think about that. Is Strider mode part of the main book? I have no idea. It might be something he made up. Oh, okay. So Stokes is saying that Strider mode for the One Ring is really good. So I'm looking forward to it even more now because it has the Stokes stamp of approval, and that is, as far as I'm concerned, is the highest standard something can be held to. All hail Stokes. I miss working with you, pal. My goodness, those were the halcyon days. I mean, there was at the beginning of the pandemic. There was a lot wrong with the world and a lot wrong with my life at that time. But you know what? Working with you was one of the bright spots of it. Golly gosh gee. Where does the time go? Where does the time go? Any established, well-loved world is a really hard thing to run in a game. Yeah. I'm running into problems with Forgotten Realms D&D because I have a couple... Oh, no! Yeah, a couple of Forgotten Realms experts at my table. I can't even imagine what that would be like. It's kind of one of the reasons I refuse to do Forgotten Realms. When I run D&D, I always run in a homebrew campaign. Even if I'm running, like, the material, I am always making tweaks. I'm never running in Greyhawk. I'm never running in, and that's not even because I'm playing with experts. It's just because I don't think I enjoy the creative priorities of the Forgotten Realms. Is I think the way that I choose to carefully put that. Strider mode is a separate book for $5. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I'll bet it's it's just kind of like explaining how to do how to use the regular book in a slightly different way. Kind of like, there's this one guy. So this is fascinating. If you go to Drive-Thru RPG and you look up solo mode, now I'm just going to pull it up because this is fascinating to me. Drive-Thru RPG. All right. So if we look up solo, any game and type in the word solo after it, you will get a parts per million, I think, is the guy who does it. And basically he goes through and he makes a solo version of almost any game out there, and it's like usually it's like a very short book, maybe like 6 pages or something, sometimes fewer, that tells you how to just like change things slightly in the rules so that you could do it by yourself. And that is like just a ton of stuff that this guy has put out is just like solo mode of this, solo mode of that. And I think that is fascinating. I think this, I mean, look at this. It's just like, let's do, so there's 50 results on every page. Half of this is solo stuff. And he's got 6 pages of stuff up. And some of them are like, yeah, platinum bestsellers, gold bestsellers on this. So like, yeah, I mean, it is working for this individual. And I think he actually streams his process for this as well, which is pretty interesting. But usually he just has a Word document open and a face cam on, and he's talking through all this stuff. But that's parts per million. So I kind of assume that Strider mode is taking a somewhat similar form to that. But like I said, I don't actually know. So I chose to change the subject to something I did know about. You see how cleverly I did that? No one noticed either. That was the nice thing. It just seemed like I was politely adding to the conversation being had, but I instead used the opportunity to center my own knowledge instead. That's my move. It's like, oh, somebody has said something interesting. I have nothing to add to it, so I will change the subject ever so slightly to something I do know about. It's called being rude, and I've been good at it all my life. Do you scan this stuff in at 1200 DPI? I scan my stuff in, so I kind of scan it in at actual size that I plan on using it at. So I will scan in the character tokens at 600 DPI and the terrain at 300 DPI. Yeah, I don't. It's only recently that I bought an external hard drive, but I also hold on to my originals forever. So I if I need to re-reference things and kind of like remaster them, it would be a really simple thing. And I know I'm not going to color them at that size, so I kind of just like, yeah, go a little bit easy on my hard drive space and don't just like keep like one gigabyte per map, because like these pages are 11 by 17. That would be, I actually don't know that Photoshop would, I think it would just throw a fit instead of actually opening up one of those. But I do know that like one of my favorite artists, Shell Khan, scans in everything at 1200 DPI, which is a good idea for archival purposes. So if you ever need to repurpose that art for something, you can do so without having to rescan it. But I am a lazy person. So good question though. If the players know more about the setting than you do, drop a meteor on the planet. Works every time. Very good. Very well said. Once again, everything Stokes says is law. Stokes, I am only calling you Stokes because that is what your username is. I know what your real name is, and I don't want you to think that this is a weird dynamic I've just chosen to introduce into our relationship willy-nilly. It feels weird every time I say it, but I don't want to. I don't know what your situation is as far as like, you know, using your full name on the internet and all that. There's a really interesting. It's getting a lot of heat on DM's Guild right now. There's a Forgotten Realms setting that assumes that the good guys lose in every single major campaign release from Wizards of the Coast, and it has this way. I'm doing way too much detail on these shadows. I need to move on. But yeah, so it's kind of like the darkest timeline. So like, you know, Tiamat is raised, the Storm King's thunder, you know, like all of I don't know actually what happens because I don't read these things, but yeah, it's just like the darkest timeline for that. So that might be kind of like an interesting way to put a spin on that for everybody, because then already you're kind of like contextualizing everything that everybody thinks they know. But yeah, I think the idea that, I mean, they've been writing Forgotten Realms books for decades. So if you didn't get a start on it back in middle school, I don't know what the expectation for being able to catch up on that now for players is. But also, if I was an expert in something, I can see the appeal of having somebody else run it. And then also, I can see the appeal of correcting them when they're wrong, because it would make me feel like I had kind of like, you know, this really important role in the game and all that kind of stuff. But Yeah, that's kind of a tough one. The good thing about people that are nerds about settings is they can also come up with the weirdest theory. Yeah. Just no prize it. Just say a wizard did it. But then, I mean, for some people, like, the whole point is to, you know, is to kind of get that canon experience and kind of like, oh yeah, this is kind of like our big chance. This is what we want. Some people, that's the whole selling point. It's similar to, like, you know, a lot of people they only want to play in a game of 5e, not because it has anything to do with the Forgotten Realms. It's just like, to them, that's the iconic experience. That's just what they want. And that also strikes me as a somewhat complicated system. Somebody the other day, that reminds me. Somebody the other day, it was in my Lich video, and I said something about being intimidated by the magic system in 5e. And indeed in all Dungeons and Dragons games, truth be told, and he was just like, you have to be a full master of the game. You must not be a very good game master. I can't believe you even try to run a game unless you really understood every part of it. And I just deleted the comment. It's that easy. I mean, it's just like, no, you don't get to gatekeep me in my own YouTube channel, especially when, like, that it's not, this is not, you know, a channel that has any videos that's like how to run the best D&D combat. You know, like, other people do that far better than I ever could. You know, I'm not animated spellbook. I'm not doing that kind of stuff. But still, for some people, that is the expectation of not only DMing, but, like, you know, running games in general. Is you have to be an expert on everything before you even start. And I'm like, that sounds. Oh, if I had to guess, and I don't mean to pick on this weirdo, but it won't stop me. I just don't mean to. It's a collateral damage situation. But yeah, it's like, I don't know how many games he's actually playing in, and I don't know how much people would enjoy playing in it if they did. That does not sound like a fun person to be around. Like, somebody who's using their free time to go talk to strangers like that. I just I don't know. Maybe it was just a bad day. I don't know. You give people the benefit of the doubt, I guess, but I'm not going to give them the benefit of my comment section. I'll tell you that much. They are not entitled to the eyeballs of the people who are coming to watch my videos. So they are getting deleted. I don't like deleting comments, but I worry sometimes that I have to be intentional about the community that we're building here, right? So if a community, if a society is predicated on its exclusions, I want to be judicious about who it. Because if I don't delete a comment, that sounds awful. That sounds like it's talking to me or some other hypothetical person out there in a bad way, and I leave it there. It might appear as if I want that kind of thing to happen, or that I don't mind that it's happening. So these are the things that I worry about as a person who is now very online. Is like, what are the things that I am being perceived as allowing? There's only so much I can do, but one of the things I can do is delete comments that seem like they are mean-spirited. Some yeah, Stokes, get with it. Maths a lot. I have been studying Forgotten Realms fandom wiki for months, but have great players that go with the story I'm telling no matter what. I study the lore because I love my players. Well, I think honestly that's the best reason to do it. Or I guess the best reason, ideally, is that you're just like actually, terribly interested in it. And the second best reason is because you love the people that you're playing with. I think that is a great attitude. And as long as they recognize the labor that you are doing to really facilitate their fantasies, I think that sounds like a wonderful table to play at. I'm frankly somewhat jealous. So yeah, my goodness, I'm gonna have to recolor this horse trough. This is kind of too many shapes overlapping. Excuse me. No, that's not too bad actually. When I zoom out, it doesn't look too bad. So we're gonna go with it. When you're coloring neon lights, just leave the inside white and then color the lines around it. Same thing with lightsabers. Especially if you look at old lightsabers, both in comic books and the movies. The interior of that lightsaber is almost pure white, and then the color of the lightsaber is just kind of like colored around it, similar to what we see here. Dropping the lightsaber truth today. That's what we're about here at Map Crow Towers. Yeah, but also, like, there are games that just don't require the GM to use as much headspace on finicky rules. Yeah. I mean, that's my whole thing. It's like, for a long time, I was running, one of the things I found so appealing about Powered by the Apocalypse games is it just allowed me to do a lot more on the fly, so I could prep only the stuff I was interested in. And then the resolution mechanics would kind of facilitate whatever kind of chaos would occur at the table. But then I kind of like, after playing those games for a couple of years, I kind of just like, I really am getting tired of my players just looking down at their character sheets and picking things off of their character sheets to do, which is not how those games are supposed to be run, but that is functionally how they work. Because I don't know all the characters' moves. So how they're supposed to work is called fiction first, and it is when you say just like what is happening, what your character is doing, and then the GM or the MC, referee, whatever you want to say, then says, oh, that sounds like a this move, which when you have like 4 different character classes and a list of basic moves is really a high level of specific knowledge that the DM is supposed to have at that point that I just never found terribly wieldy. And I feel like, sometimes those kinds of pick lists or what are perceived to be pick lists have a way of limiting player curiosity about what they can do in the game. And so yeah, that's one of the reasons I like OSR games, is they give you absolutely no help. They're like, here, your 3 stats are dumb, kill, and steal. roll on those. It's like that results in some pretty interesting and chaotic play in my experience. And I Dumb Kill Steal is the name of my new zine coming out tomorrow for Zine Quest 4. If I had the time, I would be doing Zine Quest 4, but I would have done Zine Month earlier in the year, but I did not have time then either. Yeah, have you seen Jordan with a PH's YouTube channel? Yeah, I had checked that out. I haven't watched a lot of those videos, but yeah. Jordan the PH is silent. Yeah, that's what it is. Hello. Hello. Nikerev? Yeah, I think the best the MC can keep track of is the basic moves and the characters know. But then they're just going to pick from their playbook. That's kind of the thing. Yeah. I am certainly a PBTA enjoyer, but it's definitely something they can do with. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, all games have their uses and have their fun and everything like that. It's just kind of like what is the expectations of all the players at the table? You know, what do I prefer as a DM? Like all that kind of stuff, you know. But I like to play lots of games. I think my quest for like the perfect game has I've given up, you know, because it's like, you know, I don't treat video games that way. I'm not. Nobody. I mean, some people find, like, you know, I don't know, if you get into Final Fantasy 14, like I did for a while last spring. You know, I didn't have time for any other games, and therefore I found the only game I was ever going to need again. But you know, in general, you know, you play lots of different video games, and when you get sick of one, you beat one or whatever, you feel like there are no more surprises in this game, you kind of move on. And I think the same kind of attitude ought to be held with RPGs, but because there's more of a learning curve, you know, when you learn a new video game, you just have to worry about, you know, what you're doing with your controller. When you're learning a new system, you have to sometimes rearrange your whole conception of what is happening at the table. I mean, it is a lot more effort. But yeah, it's but still, like, it's not remarkably more effort. I just wonder sometimes if 5e doesn't have people thinking that, because it takes a long time to learn that. Players are motivated to learn that system because they get to be a part of that whole culture, which is, like, you know, exciting and vibrant, and, you know, now there's like TV shows coming out and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, but it's also like a high barrier to entry, and that has proven to be a selling point of the system and not a detriment. But I think it is a detriment to all the other games out there, because the assumption is that, oh, if we learn Blades in the Dark, it's going to take us just as long to learn that game as it would to learn how to play Dungeons and Dragons 5e and learn what my class does, and we'll figure out how to level up and what are reactions, oh, what are my bonus actions again, all this kind of stuff, right? So that kind of barrier to entry can kind of, I think people feel like, well, it's not really worth the effort to learn something that's going to be just as complicated. But minigames are not just as complicated. I haven't seen any polling data on that. That is just me shooting from the hip, as per usual. Hello, Aaron Kelly. And hello, Lucas again. I remember you from last time. Yeah, you had lots of good stuff to say. So as you can see, for anybody who just joined us, we are coloring on in Photoshop right now. We are doing color flats for the digital terrain that on the last live stream we were merely penciling. Now we are coloring it. And I know what you're thinking, Kyle. Shouldn't this have been done before August? And the answer is yes. But don't get on my case about it. Get off my back, man. The worst part about being an artist is just the perceived reactions to your workflow. I'm my own worst enemy, and I always will be. So this is just kind of like a bunch of bric-a-brac. I'm probably going to leave a lot of this gray, but I'll find a couple of different colors to use in it. Maybe some blues or, you know, something like that. Just to kind of like show that there's like a couple of different shapes in here. But I don't actually. I'm not actually interested in coloring each of these like uniquely. So it's like, oh, well, it's a bunch of pears. Oh, that one's a basket of pumpkins. Uh, that seems like probably that level of close reading of this work is not something I really need to plan on rewarding. I have other things to do with my life than color individual vegetables at this scale. And if that makes me lazy, so be it. So be it, Jedi. Yeah, so that goofy isometric safe windmill. Yes, you do remember that. What games have I been playing? So I've been playing in a play test of a Blades in the Dark hack that uses a lot of kind of like high fantasy tropes similar to Dungeons and Dragons, and that's what I've been playing. I recently played in a Mort board game that I really liked. That was really fun. I have also been playing in a homebrew game on that is it was, I'm trying to think of how to describe it. So we actually started making characters and playing without landing on a system. So the GM was running late back from like a dentist appointment or something like that, and was just like hoofing it across town to get back to their house during the first session. So they didn't have a system picked out. Like that was one of the things we were going to talk about, and instead they just started asking us questions and saying, "What would your character do?" Or what causes your character's problems? So we are playing a wonderful like fairy tale fantasy game that has no system. There's no dice rolls. There's no cards. There's nothing in at all, and it works beautifully. And I'm kind of just like, my mind is blown by this. It kind of like is revelatory to me. It's just like, oh yeah, I used to do that all the time when I was a kid. Like nobody, it's like, we're out on the playground. It's like, we would say, what are we playing, right? And we say, oh, I'm playing Ninja Turtles, and nobody then followed that up with, well, what's the best system for playing Ninja Turtles? Right? It's a very different thing. Yeah, it's a whole different scene when you're young, and in a lot of ways, I think we become so inculcated into not only rules but punishments for breaking rules, that coming up with these elaborate systems of gameplay is like one of the only ways that we as adults can feel safe playing again. It is to protect us from the rules are a defense mechanism, because we don't want to suddenly find out that we've done something very wrong. It's like, oh, you shouldn't have said that, or oh, you're talking too much. It's like we're in this highly mediated society as adults, and we are, I think, many of us very very frightened of breaking the rules. So we need that in order to play pretend again. So it's kind of wild when you think about it that way. Oh no, another spam bot. Let's see. Can I get rid of you from here? No, I got it. Sorry, everybody, for the spam bot. It wasn't me. I can tell you that much. Okay. oh, you shouldn't have said that, or oh, it's you're talking too much. You know, it's like we're in this highly mediated society as adults, and hopefully that's fixed it. All right. Thanks for the heads up on that spam bot. How else are the players going to be able to look at the maps and make their pumpkin-based plans? These are all great questions. These are all very excellent questions. You're getting to the thick of it. But I like statistics. It's a mix of English and math. I love math. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that stuff, right? There's nothing wrong with. I'm sorry. I was absolutely sounding like I was pathologizing people who like rules. I didn't mean to do that. Saying that it's like, you know, you're wrong for it, or it's like if you're a real gamer you don't need the rule. I didn't mean for it to come across like that. But I can, you know, I can see how that was sounding like that. Yeah, I mean, I like it too. I think it makes the decision space more transparent. Which, you know, it's if Sid Meier from, you know, Civilization fame defines game as a series of interesting decisions, right? So, and then what is interesting to adults? You know, it's language, it's math, it's comparing things to make the optimal decision. You know, strategy it's very difficult to have a strategy when you're playing with like a 4-year-old who's just making stuff up, right? There's no such thing as strategy. They're just going to say, no, you're doing it wrong, or now we're in the boomerang zone. You know, it's just Calvin ball at that point. But it is funny to, in this particular instance, because it seems like, oh wow, this is really kind of opening my eyes to how little I really need rules for certain kinds of things. I think that actually the FKR, the Free Kriegspiel movement or revival, and the OSR are kind of like, that's the whole rules over rulings thing. It's just like, that's why all the many of their rule books, the new ones anyway, are so short. It's because they kind of assume that you're just gonna, whatever you don't know, you're just gonna make up anyway. You don't need a rule cyclopedia for every single thing. But it's the OSR has not been like that for most of its history. So like for a long time, like Osric, you know, various other kinds of, you know, recreations of Advanced Dungeons and Dragons or 3.5 would really go all in on re-representing every single rule that they could. So those were not short books by any stretch. Maybe not like the 600 pages that 3 books of Dungeons and Dragons are, but still somewhat more complicated than I want them to be. Bolo saying, hey there, have a question about your map packs on Patreon. Do they work with Tiled? I don't know. I'd have to check this out. I would have to have to see. I don't think so. From what I understand, Tiled is mostly for pixel art, but I haven't even, wait, is that true? Have I downloaded Tiled? Let me check. No, I don't think I have it. So yeah, I'm not gonna look for it right now, but yeah. That's what scares me most about growing up. It feels so restrictive, like I have to sacrifice the freedom of expression of childhood. Yeah. As my brother continues to say, regardless of if it's applicable to our conversation at the moment, never let him kill your dreams, Kyle. Never let him kill your dreams. He thinks it's hilarious, but and it is. But also, yeah, it's like, what parts of childhood you will allow to be shaved away from your life in pursuit of assimilating into whatever system you must exist in is that's a tough thing. That's a tough thing to navigate. And actually, there's not very many people that give a whole lot of really actionable advice on that until you go to something like if you have a good therapist or something like that. So yeah, there's a lot of self-help gurus and everything out there, but you got to negotiate it yourself, and you got to figure out what the rules actually are, and then what the perceived norms of the space are, and then you have to figure out what in that. So this kind of gets back to Deleuze and Guattari, actually, smooth and striated spaces. So there's an expectation under, for instance, capitalism, that everybody is going to behave in this very specific and predictable way at all times. And when that doesn't happen, we get all these think pieces. It's like, oh, millennials are spending too much on avocado and they're not buying houses and all this kind of stuff, right? And that is a form of societal punishment. That is people in power who are watching their 401k slide away from them, and they're getting scared. It's like, oh, I have a platform. I will try to fix this. I will try to wag my finger at an entire generation of people who have less than I have, and try to get them to behave correctly. And this will not only help them, but it will fix my 401k. And that is a very confusing thing to navigate, because oftentimes it is people like that choose if you get to have a job or not. So it's a whole thing. Perhaps somewhat beyond the remit of this stream, actually. Yeah, I love this. This is a good. It's just like a ton of vaporwave music that I've downloaded, paid for off of Bandcamp. I hope they never ruin Bandcamp. I have a sneaking suspicion it's just a matter of time. But right now, I really like downloading and playing MP3s from Bandcamp like it's 2006 all over again. Being neurodivergent myself in several ways, assimilation is not always something I am capable of, let alone prepared to do. So yeah, it's a whole process. But it's not all bad. It's some assimilation is really good. If you are assimilating into a space that matches your values, and you find new ways to negotiate those rough areas in acceptable and healthy ways, that's how we learn things. Is oftentimes we have to learn things from cultures that are not our own, because if it was something that was known to our present culture, we would probably know it already. So a lot of growing means that you are finding some way to at least coexist, if not assimilate into a different culture. It has a very strong charge to it, the word assimilation, that we must be mindful of, but nonetheless. These are the art thoughts. These are the art thoughts today. Yeah, we're talking about Dungeons and Dragons and color theory and assimilating into subcultures today. That's the brand, I guess. I don't know. Alright, I don't actually need to expand my fills, so I'm just going to do sample all layers and get some of these, like so. I found improv classes to really help me refine the joys of playing and being silly as an adult. That sounds great. That sounds wonderful. Heck yeah. Yeah. I feel like y'all are having a really good discussion in chat at each other, and that is great. I'll love to see that. But I am looking at my screen sometimes and can't really track it well enough to participate in all of it. But yeah, by all means, like keep on saying nice and supportive things to each other. By all means, that's wonderful. You love to see it. Yeah, I was trying to explain to my mom that it's like, oh yeah, you know, I was ADHD when I was a kid. She's like, no, you weren't. You were well behaved. It's like, well, that's not what that word means. And then she started to feel really bad and guilty because she's like, oh, well, I did a bad job. I should have known. Should have had you diagnosed. It's like, well, we're all just doing our best. And the conversation around ADHD was really very different and highly stigmatized. And the idea of adult ADHD was not a thing. It was something that was only for kids, and it always meant that they were bad kids when I was growing up. So even if you thought your kid might have some kind of, you know, they were, and I don't even think we used the word neurodivergent back then. You thought your kid had something up with them, you might not even be motivated to go see what it could be, to get a diagnosis, unless it was causing major problems with grades. You probably wouldn't bother, as grades being the, you know, ultimate mediator of all good things for children is kind of it's a rough thing, and that continues to this very day. But there are other aspects of, you know, neurodivergence that have changed considerably since then. For I think generally for the better in my perception, but your mileage may vary. Yeah. Right on. Yeah. I think you just press. So Lucas, I think you just press the @ button and then type the exact name. I could be wrong. I don't know. I've never actually. I don't do a lot of chatting. Like, I do hang out in people's streams, but I'm usually lurking, and usually just for like a couple of minutes. Because oftentimes when I'm in streams, I am. If I'm in chat, I'm actually not chatting. I'm usually working on something similar to what I'm doing right now. All right. I like how that looks, but I feel like it needs some kind of extra highlight on top. Let's see what we can do about that. Okay, so I'm actually gonna change my brush to a brush that I made specifically to hit the shadow, or to hit the shape in the proper perspective. So if I just kind of like click that here and there, it'll give us these highlights that appear to be in perspective, but it's not actually me having to, like, you know, draw that specific circle every time. So you can just kind of make custom brushes for things that seems like there is an easier way to do it. Usually there is. But yeah, I don't often like to bring that out because then I have to switch it back, and it just becomes a whole thing. Some people make brushes for every little thing, and if it saves you time, by all means, go for it. But sometimes it's just like, I don't know that you need a brush for that. I think I'm gonna need to change the color of this grass. because it is way too dark against the sand, and I want it to be the same species of grass. So let's color in this grass here, and then we'll get it looking nice on the sand too. Time to play some Demon Lord. Have a great day, JP. Go save, go fight the shadow of the Demon Lord. You're not actually fighting the Demon Lord. You're fighting the shadow. So, you know, the bar's somewhat lower than you might think. I'm also gonna have to change. Everything on this sand needs to be way, way lighter. Oh boy, we might be in a problem where I can't get things to work out. I don't want to actually so if I change, let me just show you what I mean instead of just thinking to myself. So if I make the lines on that layer around the grass darker, it kind of doesn't look too bad. But then I'm spending a lot of time changing the colors of lines, and I don't want to do that. And it's like it's way too much contrast. It's like it's too detailed. I need it to kind of like fade in a little bit more. So we're not. Instead of doing that, we are just going to make a selection here. Get our paint bucket, turn off contiguous, and sample all layers. Let's see what we can find. It's hot. Oops. And we're going to be on the right value. Or right. Always lock the layers you're not on, kids. See, that's a lot nicer. That looks a lot better in both places. I like this. Alright. Yeah, that looks nicer. So it kind of fades into the background a little bit. It's not taking up quite so much attention, and that's important. Because it is, after all, a background tile. That is, gosh. Alright, I need to turn on some other lights. The sun has gone down in this room. As a mom of 2 neurodivergent kids, it's interesting having a conversation with my parents and in-laws about behavior. All behavior is in some way they're trying to communicate. I think that's a really great way to put it. You know, when my students are doing things that are disruptive, I try to. It's impossible to do this all the time. You know, I'm not some kind of saint, but I try to think of it as an invitation to be curious about what's causing them distress, right? So if students are behaving in a strange or disruptive or maladaptive way, it becomes important for me to go like, this seems out of character, or this seems like obviously not the right way to do this. Oh boy. My eyedropper tool is not firing up because the graphics card is doing a lot of work right now with Photoshop and OBS open for the stream at the same time. So we might, you know what? I need to save this. Oh my goodness, it's been so long since I've saved this. That's probably the real problem. But yeah, if we look at those moments as like an invitation to slow down and say like, oh, they might be feeling a certain way, and I need to figure out why. Or they might be losing hope that they can do what's being told, that what's being expected of them, and all that kind of stuff, right? And that's something we can renegotiate. And you know, they are younger than I am, so it's kind of up to me to be the person in the room that can kind of identify that and deal with the ever-changing and important emotions of my students and peers, right? Yeah, I do not have any children, but I imagine it's much the same way to be a parent, except it's like all the time, which is yeah, it's even when it's my students might be having a rough day, and it might make my day exhausting to figure out how to navigate that and renegotiate what needs to be done in those tougher situations. But when I go home, it's not there. Parents have to do that all the time. It's just incredible to be able to do that well consistently for years and years and years. It's just like, holy moly. Yeah, Chainsaw Man. Have a good one. Go read some Chainsaw Man. Yeah, no, I see what you mean, Matt Slot. Yeah, I knew what you were saying. There's that secret of mana. All right, I am going to... All right, so I don't have anything set up in my stream to have a be back soon thing, so I'm just gonna write it in with text. Here we go. So let's horizontal type tool. I'm gonna go get another glass of water, and then actually turn on some lights in this room. Get that looking good and centered here. And then let's put this up here on the top level. Come on, you can do this. Oh. Alright. You know what? Okay, alright. Now the graphic design's bothering me. I'm gonna pick a better font for this. Here, let's do Bobby the Hippie. That's pretty groovy. It's not altogether readable, but it is at the very least groovy. And then I feel like we could probably also give this like a drop shadow or something. Oh my goodness, this is going so slowly. Oh boy, oh boy. There we go. Now that looks beautiful. All right, I'll be back soon. Okay, I am back. Just turn that off. Okay. So let's see here. Since you mentioned not having any kind of stream for a BRB, have you ever looked into programmable interactive stream elements? Yeah, I've looked into it. I just haven't had the time to set it up yet. I know all that stuff is pretty easy, and I mean, eventually I would like to get like one of those cool little hot button things. Oh, yeah, you know what I would really like more than all that is for YouTube to figure out a way to automatically block these kinds of things in my chat. Yeah, it does. For some reason, it does not allow me to block that, so I have to open up the stream in YouTube every time I do this. Okay. So let's see. Hide this user on the channel. Since you mentioned not having any kind of stream for a BRB, have you ever looked into programmable? All right. Okay. Cool. I enjoy getting a chance to practice by making it. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. No, I have. I just don't have the time to figure it out. I didn't have the time to figure it out because I was away for Gen Con and all this kind of stuff. But I mean, I'll figure all that stuff out. And I also enjoyed working on all that stuff and looking into it. Like, you know, I'm also, you know, talking to some folks about how to get like reactive GIFs and PNGs and stuff, so it kind of like the cartoon person's just a little bit more animated or something like that. I think that kind of stuff would be fun. So, but it'll get added. I'm not. This isn't like a professional stream, you know. Like I am not. I don't have super chats. I don't have like all this kind of stuff. So this is just a chill time. And if I am going to be doing, you know, some somewhat tedious stuff anyway, it kind of makes sense to at least find some other way to include people in on that this oh so fun part of the process. But yeah, I appreciate the offer, but I think I'll be fine. But yeah, these bots are just, golly gosh gee, I just don't understand. Is there a way to? Okay. Yeah. So there's no way. There's no way to do it from OBS, so that's a bummer. I think this song is from Chrono Cross, which has just like one of the best soundtracks that ever came out for any video game. I mean, there's just so many Square RPGs just had killer soundtracks that just, the only things that ever topped them were other Square soundtracks. Man, oh man. And I've never learned the names of those individuals. I should, before I start attributing things to companies of all things. The one thing that these soundtracks have in common are, you know, Uematsu did a lot of my favorite work from like Final Fantasy VI and stuff like that, but individuals make art, companies do not make art. Companies pay individuals to make art. And if I need to do a better job not refer, that's just how I'm used to talking about it from like back in high school and stuff like that. It's just like, oh, Square RPGs are great, because we couldn't be bothered to memorize all the Japanese names of the people who worked on stuff, which is just what the companies want you to do. Lousy corpse. yeah, I mean, we have this way of talking about, Marvel movies or DC movies and things like that, if it's any kind of meaningful distinction. Some directors have worked for both, and then meanwhile they are just straight up taking comic book panels out of the work for hire contracts that they've gotten from comic artists over the decades, and they own it. It's legal. It's fine. But gosh, that is doesn't mean it's right just because it's legal. Actually, it's pretty gross. Chrono Trigger always gets a lot of shine. Chrono Cross is great. Yep, it's true. Aaron Kelly says, never played JRPGs before. Got any recommendations? Yeah, okay. So, Aaron, I have been playing Yakuza Like a Dragon on Game Pass. And it is marvelous. It is so good. I think it really works as a great introduction to JRPGs. For the most part, I am really close to the end, and it is it does this thing that many old JRPGs do, which is in order to beat it, you kind of have to grind and level up a lot. And I don't know that I'm actually going to do that, but for most of the game, I did not have to grind to get through. More than I wanted to. By grind, I mean fight enemies over and over again until I gained levels and things like that. But the story is really good, and the mechanics are very classic, and they just really show that there's nothing wrong with the genre. Deltarune's also another good one. You don't have to play Undertale in order to play Deltarune. In fact, the connection between the two is not even necessarily a given. You might understand some more of the jokes, but I feel like it's a better game. Well, I like the game more. So that would be another great entry point. And then Dragon Quest XI. If you need to go with the classics, Dragon Quest XI is also just an amazing, easy to get JRPG that is really not about reinventing the wheel. It is just about giving you the most polished platonic idea of the wheel they can. So those would be my recommendations, unless you're looking for classics, in which case the best JRPG of all time is Final Fantasy VI. And if you disagree with me, actually, I'm kind of interested. So if you disagree with me, what do you think is a better JRPG? Yeah. Uematsu for every Final Fantasy game. Consistently amazing, varied music. Yeah, it's kind of incredible when I found out that all of those different games were by the same composer. Oh, the range on that. Wow, just nuts. Actually, I got into... So, funny story about Uematsu. You can kind of tell what he was listening to, because one of the ways that he had such a great musical range is he did a lot of songs that were kind of parodies of other songs that were being released. So there's a ton of prog rock in his SNES work. So if you listen to Tarkus by Jefferson Lake Palmer, it sounds just like Dancing Mad. It's incredible. It's really wonderful. And if I wouldn't get a copyright strike, I would play it for you right now. And that's why one of the reasons why on Splatbook I actually do play just little needle drops of copyrighted music, because it's an opportunity to do that. I can't just have it running for a whole episode like I do on Mapcrow, but just 5 or so seconds of a song is legal in the United States anyway, and also there's no algorithm scrubbing for copyrighted music on podcasts at the moment. Oh, knock on wood. Bravely Default. Yeah, I've always heard good things. I've never had anything that would run it. I guess wasn't there a new one that came out for Switch? The grindy parts can be auto-played. That's really interesting. I didn't know that. Math's a lot as asking me the dreaded question, how much karaoke do I do? I used to do a lot when I was with a certain group. And I love karaoke. I miss it greatly. But yeah, I mean, I had a couple of go-to songs and everything like that. So I hope I find myself with reason to karaoke again soon. But, up until somewhat recently, the idea of singing as loudly as you can in an enclosed area hasn't necessarily been the safest bet. But yeah, no. I definitely have some go-to songs for karaoke. Yeah. Final Fantasy IX is so good. I think the opening half of that game is probably some of the best Final Fantasy there is, but I don't think that its second half is nearly as good as Final Fantasy VI's second half. Final Fantasy VI has a second half that's where all the really good character stuff happens, and it's great. And all of the the weird stuff that happens at the end of Final Fantasy IX just kind of feels like they're running out of time, and if you know anything about how that company runs things, it's not hard to believe. Is this looking good? I think so. I think so. All right, let's keep going then. What's the go-to for jams? You mean for karaoke jams? Oh, it's Kenny. Hey, Kenny. Oh man, it feels like it's been an age since I've had the pleasure. So probably the first go-to song is Folsom Prison Blues by Johnny Cash. I like to mix it up, and then I'll go straight from that into Laura by Scissor Sisters for round 2, just to keep people on their toes. And then maybe I'll break out some Sinatra after that, and at that point everybody's like, what is this guy doing? And maybe some David Bowie after that. Just keep it moving, stay a moving target, because I actually was early on in my karaoke days. I was doing a great job, but I was picking a lot of stuff in the same milieu, and people were getting jealous of what amazing pipes I have. It's only natural, but then they were saying well, you need to pick some different songs and really kind of broaden your repertoire. So I did, and when I still crushed it, they just had to live with it. They just have to die angry, and these things happen. Yeah, so Aaron, Final Fantasy VI does have the best Final Fantasy villain, in my opinion. But, funny story, you would have not guessed that from the original Japanese. So there's the localizer of Final Fantasy VI, is the infamous localization of Final Fantasy VI. Has many detractors. Ted Woosley is the name of the guy who localized it and translated it, but he made a lot of changes. He thought, A, he didn't have a lot of time to do it, and B, he wasn't allowed to put so much cursing. So he couldn't say damn or hell or something like that. So he made up all of these funny curses like son of a submariner and all this kind of stuff, and just put so much more personality and Kafka that now they have since kind of like reincorporated a lot of those Woozlyisms, as they're known, into the kind of remastered versions. So, yeah. I should close this so people don't. I should close Discord so people don't keep hearing Discord sounds go off in the background. It always drives me nuts. If I hear somebody else's Discord sounds, it's like, is that mine? Oh yeah, no, I'm not important. Of course not. Of course nobody's messaging me. I mean, in my opinion, I like. So there's a purple octopus from Final Fantasy VI that gets my vote for best Final Fantasy villain. His name is Ultros, and yeah, everything that Kefka does, Ultros does even better. So yeah, there's at least two great reasons to play those games. And it also has like some of the best twins in video games. So I have a twin brother. Please don't be weird about it. I have been dealing with this for almost 40 years, and people get real weird about it. But I love him dearly. He's a very important part of my life, and always will be. But it's just one of those things that, especially, it seems to be a lot of like manga and anime get really creepy about twins in a way that I don't appreciate. It's a big turnoff for certain things for me. But the twin characters in Final Fantasy VI are great. They are wonderful because they are kind of just allowed to be individuals, and they're not really trying to make a point about how, you know, it's just like, oh, they're the same person on the inside. The only reason they're different is because this trauma happened to one. You know, they're treating them like fully fledged human beings that are interested in different goals and go about those goals in different ways. You know, like people. So by making them good characters first, they're the best twin characters. Some of the best twin characters out there. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. So yeah, Terra is a central figure in the first half of Final Fantasy VI. Is really kind of interesting as you get to learn her backstory, and then I renamed all my characters in all of my playthroughs of them, but I think her name is Celis, who's kind of like the reformed Empire captain, who kind of like opens up the second half of that game. Is also like, you don't really get to know her too well in the first half of the game, but in the second half of the game, she's really interesting. She's so good. It's like, wow, so it's kind of splits the game in half, shares two different main points of view characters, and they're both these really like different women, and yeah, it's great. I love it. Yeah. Kenny, I know only enough about Magic the Gathering to know that chances are, if you can do something gross, Magic the Gathering has been around long enough to do something gross with a trope. But you know, there's also plenty of really, really good stories that have come across. I got really into Magic Arena when it first came out, which was like War of the Spark. And then I took a little break and then came back and realized that the set after that was designed to destroy all of the cards I had built up from War of the Spark. And I was like, oh, yeah, I don't like this anymore. But no, there's a lot of really cool Magic cards and stuff. Like I love to, when I'm really feeling stuck for an idea, like I'll go open up the Gatherer, I think is the name of the site, and just like it's a great way to do some very quick Vizref that you know is going to be high quality. Just like, Magic, just, it's like, you want to draw like a fantasy elephant, just look up Magic the Gathering elephant, and you will have like a bunch of really good ones. I mean, you won't copy them or anything like that, but at least you'll know kind of like, it'll get the juices flowing. But yeah, there's a ton of really like weirdly terrible things in Magic the Gathering as well, similar to Dungeons and Dragons. Oh my goodness. Yes. Oh my goodness. Hello, Robert Ford. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I remember when I first played Final Fantasy VI. So I was Pokemon Red and Blue had just been announced, and I was dead set on getting it. I was so excited about Pokemon that I was downloading the MP3, a pirated version of the MP3 of the 4Kids theme song that somebody had uploaded to Napster, and I just listened to that over and over and over again. I was just so excited for Pokemon. And my older brother said, have you even played a game that's like this before? How would you even know you'll like it? It's like, oh, I'll like it. And I was right. But he was just like, well, maybe you should play like an RPG. And I was like, what's that? So he borrowed a copy of Final Fantasy VI for me. And the opening choral track to that game with like the fire and everything, it just like still gives me goosebumps to this day thinking about just so good. But then, you get to this, and this is like, this is last century, but the Vocaloids on the synthesized choral stuff for the opera scene in Final Fantasy VI, absolutely mind-blowing. I was like, you'll never beat this. This is just the best thing that's ever happened to video games. This is art. And I never stopped questioning that to this day. Now I'm teaching video games as art. Yeah, 10,000 cards in 30 years. That really puts a point on it, doesn't it, Kenny? Holy moly. Yeah, you'll get some humdingers in 10 years with 10,000 cards. Boy, will you. And especially, like, 30 years is like, the conversations around a lot of things have changed. Not that the issues have never been there, but, access to those conversations has increased with the ability for people to, kind of share their voice on the internet. So, while it doesn't excuse some things, it does kind of, like, make them more understandable how they occurred in the first place. Hegemony was a lot easier to enforce when you couldn't just like have access to community discourse all over the place 24/7. I don't want. Okay, I have to get rid of some of the masking on this. There we go. Yeah, I think originally these cacti, when I drew them, were carnivorous. But I don't think the teeth were reading that well, so I just kind of turned them into these big holes on top of the cacti. If I was smart, I would just leave it be, but I absolutely need to add some kind of shadow color to these. It's going to bug me. Not that one. That's not the color I wanted. Ugh. There we go. Alright, so now that I have that color, I can just kind of like change it quickly. I don't want that one. This will just be trial and error because I don't even know what's gonna look good. That's not bad. Yeah, it keeps it pretty desaturated while still kind of like keeping that warm hue to it. It's rarely a good idea to make a shadow just the same color but darker, like more black in it. That's gonna really flatten the palette and probably kind of like boss around your value scale a lot too. So sometimes just adding a little bit of gray, and in this case kind of yeah, looks like probably even like a little bit of red. You know, we could check to see what color this gray actually is. So let's select it like so, and then if we open up hue and saturation, and just turn saturation all the way up. So yeah, so that gray color is just a very desaturated orange, which kind of sits next to this this like yellow green, I think, pretty well. Yeah, we're all learning, and more voices is a big part of learning. It requires listening, which some people are not always willing to do. But yeah, that's more voices and more ways to hear those voices is a good step to getting more people to listen. For the longest time, I hated Final Fantasy VII just because everybody who loved it had never played Final Fantasy VI. Because a lot of people didn't play any Final Fantasy until Final Fantasy VII finally came out, and there was a big push for Final Fantasy VII. When it came out, there were commercials all over the place. There was I mean, Final Fantasy VI had a pretty amazing, hilarious commercial as well. But yeah, most people's first Final Fantasy in my day was Final Fantasy VII, and I was like, no, you don't get it. And I still think I'm right. I still think Final Fantasy VII is it's a much better game than I was giving it credit for at the time. But there are some characters that just like don't do anything, don't really make any sense, don't have anything interesting to add to the story. They just kind of are in your party for no reason. But yeah, they were trying to go for something, and that thing worked remarkably well for them. So what do I know? Getting upset about people not liking the right Final Fantasy is kind of a microcosm of what the rest of my life has become. So in that way, I was well prepared for what would become my adulthood. I will add more voices with polite discourse is a positive thing. If we just scream at each other into the void. Well, screaming is really good if you're in pain, right? But yeah, no, I generally agree with you. That's a lot. But I also, when somebody is there, when there's an emergency, doing something that could be perceived as tone policing is something I try to be very wary of. Whether it's online or if it's in my classroom, telling people how they're saying this thing that is really important for them to say is something I'm wary of. But that's not. I'm sure that's not what you were saying. But that's what was brought to mind. Robert Ford is asking, as somebody wanting to go into art, how well do visual art skills translate to digital art? I mean, directly, I would say. I think if you're using like a tablet that's like disconnected from the screen, there's kind of like an interesting little bit of like, reflexes or like understanding. Similar, like swinging a tennis racket is like a specific muscle use that you kind of got to get used to. But visual literacy is like one of the best, you know. I guess I don't quite understand what you mean by visual art skills. If you mean by traditional art skills, then yeah, it's almost 1-to-1. Yeah. Okay, so we're all. It's funny because I can tell what I was saying when this was actually the lag on this chat is something I need to look into. But I worry that a low latency thing will explode my graphics processor unit. We'll see. Maybe next time I'll play around with the lower latency thing. But I don't know. I think it's fine. And generally, like, I can't keep up on the conversation too much anyway, so. Because I am allegedly working on art at the same time. I thought, you know, it's funny how many repeats we get on this playlist. Because there's like, let me see how many there are. This has 132 songs on it of like legacy video game vaporwave. It just seems like we've heard several of these a couple of times already. But they're all bangers, so it doesn't bother me at all. And also, like, some of these albums repeat the same thing. So, like, I'm sure I have a couple albums with versions of this particular song on it because it's a great song. And if you're getting into vaporwave music, you're probably going to want to start with the good stuff. This is too much detail. This was a mistake. Adding all these little pollen seeds in here, it's just too fussy. It looks good though. It's fine. It's fine. Nerdstat says I tend to run about 25 seconds behind. That's interesting. I didn't realize that. Any particular place you pull your background music from? Yeah, I download a bunch of stuff off of Bandcamp. So there is an artist named BKnapp, which is BKNAPP. And I basically have all of their albums. Those are great. There's another one called Cannibal. That's KANNIBAL. There's one called Polygon Dreams, and that really is just about all of the playlist right there. Is like those three with various things. So yeah, if you just look up like vaporwave on, you look up vaporwave video games, like a playlist on YouTube or something like that, probably one of their albums is going to come up. Yeah, I thought about using this playlist for my Mapcro, but I'm kind of afraid that like people will be listening to the music and they're like, oh yeah, that's the Zelda song. You know, it'll kind of like distract a little bit too much from what I'm saying. And I'm trying to be intentional and kind of like, you know, I want to really reward people's attention span on a Mapcro video versus like a live stream. It's just like, you know, the way I watch other people's live stream, I usually have like my phone open, you know, it's like I got like a nice frosty beverage. Just unwinding. I'm looking for something that's going to chill me out. And good, familiar tunes can really help with that. It's just a different mode. Yeah, it's looking good. That's a nice cactus. I'm going to do a bunch of shading and everything in a bit here, but I just need to kind of get the more color-specific shadows done first. Ray Justice. Hey, looks like I'm catching the stream in time for a long stretch again. Color's looking amazing. Thank you. Yeah, I'm probably gonna stay on for maybe like another hour or something like that. I don't know. I want to get all this stuff done. I'm actually kind of surprised this is taking so long. I don't even think I'm going that much slower than I would normally. I think this is just it's tedious, slow work. So I'm really, frankly, happy for the company. But I feel like it's not awful to watch, and again, it's the expectation is that it doesn't need to be as intellectually scintillating as a normal episode of MapGrow, which I feel bad for not having done that in a while, but life has conspired in a way. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to get one knocked out before the weekend. Space cactus. Yeah, it's fun to kind of like do a cactus, but just like a little different. Similar to how, I don't know, sometimes I feel like you get away with that in fantasy a little bit better than you can in sci-fi, because it's like, oh, you got some what am I trying to say? Hard science fiction people out there that are just a little too demanding with expectations from every single piece of sci-fi. Sometimes it's like, oh yeah, what's the likelihood that cacti are going to be on every desert planet? It's like, well, who cares? I don't find that particular game fun in the way that some people just absolutely adore it. And oftentimes, like if I'm reading a hard sci-fi novel, and they start explaining something that is plausible yet doesn't exist, like this really bizarre platform or something like that, I can't picture it. I have no idea what I just completely, you've lost me. There's large swaths of very well regarded books that I'm just like, maybe I'm a dummy, but I don't get this. I'm an imaginative person, but I do need to know where we're starting, and that's how that's what I assume in my design process for the people who are looking at my work. It's like they also need, it's a visual shorthand for desert, and it offers like a nice splash of color that you can toss in there too. How did you decide on the character self-portrait design? In my mind, it's a big deal to decide how you choose to represent yourself. I could be overthinking it though. No, yeah, I think it's a whole thing. I think you're right. It's I wanted something that seemed like I was gentle. That's what I was looking for. I want people to feel like art is approachable. It's not, because art can be very stressful, but I don't want people's first association to be that. I think the image of the long-suffering artist, or like the tortured, poetic soul or something like that. It's like the burden of, the way that some a lot of artists, but also like a lot of like YouTube video essayists will be like, oh, can't believe I have to play this video game, and it's like you're in control. If this doesn't bring you joy, stop doing it. I mean, I know what's happening. I understand what's at work, and that it's part of the performance. But I think I would like to perform gentleness. So I used to draw myself much more like angrier, like with big, really thick eyebrows that were always scowling, because I feel like I naturally always scowl. I just have like a very severe eyebrow situation. But then I was like, no, I want people to like feel like I'm not mean or angry or anguished by my work. So that's kind of, like any art thing, you got to think about what the intent is for your intended audience, and try to design towards that. You're not going to get it right every time, but it's at least a direction to shoot for. But that's an interesting question. I don't know that I've ever been asked anything like that. Ray Justice is saying, glad to hear it. Had to go back through and watch most of the last stream. It was a nice chill too. Almost grabbed the Old Road zine. Feel like I stole it though. Ha! No, don't worry about it. That's what it's there for. And actually, like, here's another reason you shouldn't feel like you should steal it. I've put the Old Roads in the Creative Commons, so that if people wanted to like pull out one of those maps and put it in their zine, they can do that now. Because there's a lot of really wonderful folks that are putting stuff in the Creative Commons. But we were talking about how hard it is to find good Creative Commons music that fits the specific use case for things, and it's because a lot of people, it's like, well, I want you to pay for this, and if it does really well, I want a corporation to pay it for me. And but I thought, this did well. I got what I needed out of Old Roads, and now it's time to give it over to the community, so they can do new things with it. If I had more time, I would do like a game jam based around remixing the Old Roads or something like that. I think that would be really fun, and I still might do that. I just that kind of, I want to make sure if I do a jam like that, I have time in my own schedule to participate in a jam like that, and it's just not right now. Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, it's that the character design. Thank you for the kind words on the character design video. The character design video is really, it's a real interesting one, because it's just a very brief thing. And I actually have, that's one that kind of gets a certain kind of person really hot under the collar, because I talk about T-poses in a somewhat disparaging way. I say, like, this is what they are useful for, and this is what they are not useful for, and a lot of people kind of like are just like, whoa, this guy's like doesn't think T-poses are good, and I'm like, whatever. They're not really listening to me. They're trying to find something to be upset about, and somebody to feel smarter than. And I mean, I get it. That's, feeling smarter than people sounds like fun, but it's really funny. It's like, I've been doing this for like maybe like 15 years now. Like I feel like I know what works. I feel like I have a pretty good handle on a lot of the stuff I'm talking about, and some people are just like, what an idiot. Like, what? Why? Where is your graphic novel? What entitles you to this sense of like confidence of like trying to tear someone down in public? This is very strange to me. There's sometimes I get comments, and it really, negative comments, and it really bums me out. but sometimes I get them and I'm like, what is even your whole thought process? I'm more mystified than I am angry about this. I think I'm overthinking these bushes. I think these shrubs need to be what they already are. But let's mess around with them for 15 more minutes anyway, just to make sure. Let's see here. Maybe we'll do this one. No, this is all bad. I need to just undo until it looks correct. There we go. Some of these tracks are a little trippy. I need to get rid of them. It sounds like there's something wrong with my computer. Really cool to see how some of the maps from the old videos. No, it's not that much work to put something in the Creative Commons, but yeah, to actually finish that thing was a real bear. I made the common rookie mistake for a Kickstarter to let the stretch goals increase the scope of the project, and it really made things exponential. I went from making a 16-page zine to what turned out to be a 48-page zine, which is a lot more work, and just a ton, and a whole story game to play with maps on top of that. It's all work that I'm very proud of, but like, yeah, man, if I could just go back in time and say, like, you need to just cool it, pal. If you really want to do one of these later with other cool stuff in it, you can. You don't have to do everything in this one Kickstarter. But, you know, yeah, I was so excited about that Kickstarter because that Kickstarter made me more money than the royalty advance for my graphic novel. And as an artist, that was just like such a high. And it's like, so it grossed just a little over $7,000. Now, a lot of that was eaten up in production and shipping, of course. And then, so my hourly rate on that, I never even bothered figuring it out. It would still be fairly low. So, you know, there's a lot of costs that go into those that you don't necessarily ever hear about. But nonetheless, it was intoxicating to see the numbers go up, and then just to go like, oh man, maybe I can get even more attention for this work I want to do if I promise that I'll do more. And at the end of the day, I'm not convinced that those stretch goals actually brought in more people. This is one of the videos I've been thinking about doing, but up until recently, I was still having issues. Like there are still people that are in Europe that have not gotten their zines, and I tried to ship it out to them like twice, and it's like, this costs more money than I charged for shipping in the first place. So like, I am eating the costs every time I try to ship to Europe, and it goes poorly because of this, that, or the other thing. So it's just like, it's a real pain in the butt. But I feel bad about like saying like, here's how to do a Kickstarter when I was still having problems with it up until recently. So let me make sure. So have you thought about shortcut keys for different emotions and reactions? I am using a lot of my shortcut keys. I would have to get like a Steam Deck essentially in order to do that. And frankly, I don't really think it's worth it, because like, my goal is not, this is gonna sound strange. My goal is not to be a professional YouTuber. I really don't even think of myself as a YouTuber. I never thought I would get as many followers as I have now. And I don't really know. It's like I have a full-time job as a teacher. I'm on salary. I get retirement. I get health benefits, and creative fulfillment out of my job that I have, which is already a very big, complicated job to have. So the idea of like adding all these extra bells and whistles to it, it's just like I don't know that that's really where I want to spend my time. But there's a couple of if I can figure out how to do like more reactive stuff that's kind of automated, that kind of wiggles around the stuff. Like I'm talking to some folks on how to do that. So it's not like I'm not planning on improving anything ever again. It's just how far I plan on taking it is really the big question. And the answer is not as far as people who want to earn all of their money from YouTubing. I have no dream or intention of becoming a full-time streamer. I am an artist and educator, and that is always going to be my priority. And if making, if the YouTube algorithm forgets about me and buries my channel, and that could happen any day, it's going to really bum me out, but I'll still be an artist, and I'll still be an educator. I am one terms of service agreement away. I am one idiotic boardroom meeting at YouTube away from you never hearing from me again. That's just how social media is. So yeah, the idea of like really putting a lot of elbow grease into figuring it out is a somewhat dubious use of my time as it stands right now. It's not because I don't appreciate all of you people. It's just I only have so many hours in a day. I have to be somewhat thoughtful about how I use them, if that makes sense. Yes, sounds like the tape deck is running out of batteries. There's a couple of Vaporwave songs that are like that on this playlist. Zero Consistency. Hey there, Kyle. Longtime fan, first time viewer. Hi. No, I've seen you several times. I've recognized that name. I think I've seen you both on Twitter and in the comments every once in a while. It's wonderful to see you, Zero. Good to have you here. Maybe not a how to do and more of what I would do next time. Yeah, I think that's a good idea for that Kickstarter video. Is like, what I learned, kind of like mistakes to avoid, common mistakes, what I wish I have known. That's another, like, one of those clickbaity titles that actually works and is kind of like useful and honest. What I wish somebody would have told me about Kickstarter. All right. You have a good night, Lucas. Midnight Jester saying, you've got the best parts of streaming right now anyway. There are people here keeping you company. Yep, that's exactly it. That's the way I think of it. And it's like, I am into aesthetics. I would like for everything that I do to be as good as I can make it within reason, but also, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the finished. I had a couple of discussions with some emerging artists at Gen Con about that. It's like, or streamers or, would-be YouTubers and stuff like that. It's like, how I gotta get all this stuff, and I want to pay a sound guy to do all this, and it's like, whoa, dude, you're really, putting the cart before the horse. It's just, figure out what the minimum viable product is, and then do that. And then, if that's working for you and it's bringing you joy, then figure out what to invest in next. But do it slowly and scale up slowly. And it's rough because there's a lot of really amazing professional looking streams out there. You know, I watch a lot of like Matt Colville's streams when I can, and the truth is that guy has a lot more money than I do. I can't go out and do what he does, and I would go in the red so quick trying to get the setup that he has. So instead, I figure out what the minimum viable product is. What is the most beautiful thing that I can make that today with the things that I have now, and then I make that thing. All right. I don't know how. I think I'm overcomplicating this. Okay, so now that I have so all the flats are done on this right now. Yeah, what is everybody up to tonight? Oh, it's Shell Khan. Wow, it's good to see you in chat tonight. Yeah, wonderful to see you. We are working on finishing up these terrain pieces for my Patreon that should have gone out before Gen Con, but did not quite make it out before Gen Con. But so we have just finished up the flats for it. So now we have a couple more things to do before they are ready to go, and then we might build some stuff out of them and just see how they work. Just kind of like Lego them around a little bit. That'll be fun. Zero Consistency's asking me, I've just started considering streaming graphic design content, but I'm not sure how to make it entertaining for people. I think my advice to you would be make it interesting. This is I'm going to unpack this in a second here, but make it interesting to you first. And by interesting, I mean very specifically. Make something that is you are curious about. So if you're kind of like trying to learn something or trying to find a spin on something that other people have said, that is, keep yourself engaged. If you're coming to people with like the same old information that everybody else is giving out versus proposing these like interesting questions that you are in the middle of solving, that is a great way to kind of like go in a direction that others might find interesting. Hopefully that helps you out. But yeah, there's lots of ways to do it, and the best way is finish a thing, and then you can keep it unlisted, send it to people that you care about their feedback, and critique a finished thing instead of trying to solve the problem all inside of your head first. That'd be my other bit of advice for you. Maths a lot is prepping a high level game, levels 18 to 20. Whew, good luck. That sounds tough. Love the blue accents on the message board and the sign shop. Yeah, it's these bold colors kind of in the middle of all these desaturated colors is really making me happy. It's kind of like designed to fit in with some of these like urban pieces that I did for last month's pieces. So the next step that we're doing here actually is we're going to add a new layer in here that makes, so it's we have a full white layer that is on 15% opacity, and this is just because I'm working with this specific color palette because I like this one. It does what I need it to, and I've worked with it for the better part of a decade at this point. It's an old friend of mine at this point. But just to take a little bit of the edge off and again help those terrain pieces read as separate from our characters, we're going to lighten them up just even a little bit more with a 15% white layer on top. If I can type. So yeah, it's like it's not much, but it's just enough to kind of like push that back in the background just a tiny bit. I've been planning a zine for TRPGs, but I kind of want to try and GM for a game based on it. Yeah, heck yeah, go for it. Zero Consistency saying that actually is incredibly fortuitous. I was planning on learning how to make a board game live. Yeah, that's a great way to do it. And just like think of it as a chance to share your progress and kind of include people in that journey, as opposed to a way to present people with hard facts, which I find oftentimes it's like when you come into you make a video that treats art like it's a solved problem, it's like oofa doofa. That's that is frustrating and also not at all the experience of making art. So lean in the direction of embracing chaos and uncertainty, and at the very least you'll be realistic. So now I'm adding a screen layer with this kind of like orange color, and that is going to just add some highlights and brighten up some areas. So I'm kind of gonna try to keep this vaguely consistent with a light direction here. And this is the fast way to do it, as opposed to kind of like doing it in the color flats like I was doing earlier. But sometimes, sometimes you want a certain kind of specificity, and that takes time, as you could see. So I'm just gonna kind of like, and this is all just the same color. I'm going over it with the same kind of brush. Boy, that changes it. Oh, we're gonna turn down the opacity on this in a bit anyway. So I'm just kind of holding down the shift key to get some of these straight edges and just kind of get the tops of these things highlighted up. Highlit? What's the past tense of highlighted? These solar panels look really cool now that they have some extra kind of light on them. Just a little bit, just a kiss of that highlight on the tops of those machine parts will really help them stand out. And all this is just to kind of like help you read the different surfaces on here. But let's see here what. So we have that down to 40% opacity on all of our other terrain pieces. So we're going to turn that down to 40%. And yeah, sure enough, that really helps to kind of tie it together and keeps it from being quite so bright and screamy. You don't want screamy colors unless you're Morkborg, in which case that's all you want. You want the two screamiest colors, yellow and pink. There was actually, I didn't make it to it, but there was a panel at Gen Con, and a friend of mine went to it, and then I was like, how did that Morkborg panel go with the creators of Morkborg were in Indianapolis. I actually got a chance to say hello to Johan, who is the graphic designer of Morkborg. And but I asked him about this. How did that panel go? It's like, it was really great. It was really interesting. They're very cool people. But the thing that they said was just like, yeah, we love how everybody's like making a bunch of zines for Morkborg, and like this seems to really fire up people's imaginations and everything. But also like, it's okay to not use just yellow and pink. Like, you can do your own thing. So it's just like, I thought that was pretty interesting that even they're starting to get like, oh, okay, all right, there are other colors, everybody. What platform are these tiles in mind for? Online stuff like Roll20 or other platforms? So yes, Roll20 has a... Oh, is there more? Okay, I gotta get rid of that bot. Hold on. Oh boy. Sorry, everybody. So just take a second. Actually, it's funny. I wonder if the latency means that I sometimes get rid of the bot before you can. I see it. No, that's not how time works. Never mind. I need to look into better tools for blocking these stupid things. What platform are these tiles in mind for? All right, online stuff like Roll20 or those are gone now. Okay, sorry about that, everybody. Yeah. Well used and min-maxed color palette. Heck yeah. Heck yeah, Shell. Okay, so I use Foundry for all of my stuff, and I actually have some videos on how to do that. But if you go to Roll20 also has isometric functionality on it as well, so that would also work. So now I'm just going to add like a little bit of a shadow, and I think that's 50% opacity on multiply. Let's just double check the old work. Nope, it's 40% opacity. Alright. So now I'm just going to come by with this purple on the bottom of these, and just like, I'm really with the shadows, it's very, I try to really take it easy on the shadows as much as I can, just a little bit, just to make it seem like I'm an artist. So just as little as I can get away with. Because yeah, at this point it's like, you know, I've been working on this thing for so long. I just need it to be done, but also like these shadows are not really adding so much. It's just it needs to be fast. Whatever it is, it needs to be fast. That's nothing. Everything I just said there was nothing, but I'm sure you see what I mean. Because like at this point I've already done so much more detail work with the color flats that I'm just kind of using this to deepen the palette a little bit, add some of that purple in there. And kind of like massage some of the rougher areas that are not as well served with the flat colors. So it's just got a little bit of a tooth, so there's a little bit of like a fuzzy texture on this one, but not too much. So I still like a generally flat look. It just kind of like in some places just helps you see where it connects to the ground, all that kind of stuff. Shows like a difference of lighting. You know shadows and lights and whatnot. You know about them. I don't need to tell you about them, shadows and lights and whatnot. Okay, so I definitely don't want to. So I'm just going to shadow over here and then leave that area next to the light alone, and that'll kind of like, I don't know, maybe make something of an illusion of a light source. Yeah, I think that'll do it. This is bothering me, so I'm just going to add shadows to all of it instead of try to like make it look good. I'm just going to do that. Sometimes the good choice is the time-intensive choice, and at this point it's like, not going to make a huge difference. All right. Yeah. Looking good. I think that's it for coloring this thing. Heck yeah. so now we just turn off that background and we can see, like, yeah, this is all looking pretty good. Okay, so let's hit that save. All right, what's chat saying? What's chat saying? I feel like you could really go for really blown out pale highlights for the desert vibes too. Yeah, I mean, I think so, but like the thing is, like, what I would do is actually like use the VTT weather effects to, like, you know, have some like dust clouds blowing around and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, you might be right, and it's like push this in a direction, but also like I want this to kind of like, you know, combine well with some of the other sets that I've used already. But yeah, I think eventually it would be fun to do like a remixed version of this that's like really dark and rusty and sewery and stuff like that. And yeah, so I you know, as usual, Shell, you are correct. Zero Consistency saying, Morkborg feels how my mind feels sometimes, and I absolutely adore it. That's a really great way of putting it. Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of a sci-fi. It's definitely kind of Tatooine adjacent, non-litigiously similar Tatooine. Yeah, but I made this so people could use this in their Star Wars game if they wanted to. The only thing I'm really worried about at this point is the sand color. I feel like it maybe looks a little too close to the building colors. So let's test this out before we go any further. Let's grab one of this little hut right here. And in Photoshop, if you hold down Control-Shift-Copy, it'll copy as if everything was flat, even though it's on different layers. And then you can just paste it. And we'll just make sure that it's on the top layer here. If it's good here. No, that looks good, though. Ooh. Look at that. You know, sometimes you don't know how these things are going to turn out. It looks pretty good. I really like that. Dang. Oh, boy. You know, sometimes you just got to take it on faith. You draw up all this stuff. It's like, I'm a good drawer. And then you color it all up. And you're like, I guess I'm pretty good at coloring. And then you're like, I don't know how this is going to look. Hope this is good. Then we could just put this wall over here. Yeah, pretty nice. Let's grab something from the alleyway here. Let's see how that works. So if we grab some of these like crates and stuff. Paste these. Ooh, these are bigger. Why are these so much bigger? Oh, I'll bet this is 600 DPI. It is. It should be 300 DPI. I think I remember having to mess with that last time. Gosh, if I change this, is it gonna blow up my computer? Let's see. I never stress out when you give me brilliant ideas, Shell. You bring nothing but joy into my life, and I do appreciate it. Thank you. Don't worry about it. I was saying this of who else was I talking to? I just feel so fortunate to be sharing this space and time with so many gifted artists, and we can actually talk to each other. Like, I mean, there's so many artists out there in history that like were doing really cool stuff at the same time, and then could never knew about the other person, never talked to the other person. You know, it's like, I think it's so cool that we have the opportunity to be working at the same time in the same space and know about each other and be able to talk to each other. I just can't believe my luck sometimes. I don't know if that sounds weird, but I mean it in the best. I'm gonna shrink it, or I'm gonna expand it by 3 pixels. No, that's not what I wanted. All right. me fix this. Let me fix this, everybody. Okay. Alright, so I've got that. And let's expand that. Not by 50. No, no, no. Maybe 5? Maybe 5 is too much. Yeah, that's too much. Let's do expand by 2. That seems good. I'm sure this makes no sense what you're seeing on the screen right now, but I just had to fix a little something that really didn't feel like worth explaining. Cool. Alright, so now let's copy this. Now let's paste this. There we go. Yeah, now we got a little like, what you call diorama. Yeah, this is all looking very nice. I'm very happy with this. That's the thing. That's the thing about art, is making things, and when you're happy with them, it makes you happy. It's just, it's nothing. There's nothing else like it. It's just that's as good as it gets. I can imagine there'd be a pretty easy way to make quick alternate color palettes by just hue shifting. Yeah, well, you know, let's give that a shot, because I suspect that would not work so well, but let's give this a shot, because I think that's an interesting kind of thing. So if we just copy this and hue shift this, let's see how this looks. So if we did like this, yeah, because they're all the hues are shifting at the same time. So it kind of like, it really, like, you know, maybe some of these, but I don't know that this is, I don't know. That one's actually pretty good though. Okay. All right. Well, maybe you're right. Never mind. I'll be quiet. But I'm sure if I selected specific things and then hue shifted them, that would work. But I really am kind of like a nerd for this color palette right here. And I like specifically picking things, which is why I'm so slow. But it brings me joy. Yeah, man, without the internet community, I don't know what I'd be doing. I'd be painting pet portraits like my grandma always recommended. That's where the real money is. Oh, man, my Uncle Paul the other day, he was just like, Kyle, you want to make some money doing art? And I'm like, I already do, Uncle Paul. And he's like, have you ever heard of a palette knife, Kyle? And I'm like, thank you, but no. My aspirations as an artist is not to make decorations for yachts. Please just let me do what I want to do. He's a wonderful dude. but man, he's just like, to him, and he's always hustling. He's always got these businesses and everything. He does very well for himself. So he cannot really understand my goals as an artist, and that's fine. But it's like, it makes for some interesting Thanksgivings, let's say. Okay, so let's save that. Let's close this. All right, so the next step of this, there's always gradient mapping. You're right about that. Night mode. All right, now I'm curious about night mode. Because I am, in fact, as I said earlier, a night mode goblin. So what if we add another like blue layer and just put that on overlay? And then maybe another one on multiply, and then just turn the multiply down one, just like way. It's a pretty good night mode, guys. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty good, you know, especially if we do something about this. You know, if we take this kind of orange color and we just kind of like take just go with a gray right there, something like that. That's not bad. That's what, I mean, all the other Patreon people are doing like night mode versions and everything like that. That might be something I do like for Christmas break, as I go through and make night mode versions of all these. But we're at a, I'll probably make an action for it or something like that, but we're at a specific point in the process that you'll see is really fun. It's Haley. Hello, Haley. Parker Elizabeth, complementary colors will get you pretty far. So don't beat yourself up about it. I also have a color theory a video where, you know, I kind of show you. It's like, if you can figure that out, how far you can take complementary colors. If you can understand relationships, that one relationship on the color wheel, everything else is on easy mode. It's just the problem with the way that color theory is oftentimes taught is it's separated from creative goal setting, and therefore it is boring to learn. So yeah, I don't think that it's your fault. I think it's probably just the way that color theory is oftentimes talked about. It's silly. Eldritch Moon Apocalypse mode. y'all are really going all in on these good ideas here. But no, instead we will do something boring. So let's open up our when am I opening up? Come on, Kyle. It is getting a little late for this old man brain. The isometric grid staging. All right. So first of all, we need to. So this is dimetric, which is different than isometric. And it's just the isometric diamonds are a little bit squatter. So yeah. That is the easiest way to explain it. So now I'm going to do a little bit of this. So Sci-Fi Homestead. I'm just going to copy that, paste that. And then make a... I know you can't see any of this, but... So, trick. Okay, so now I'm going to open up a renamed file that is exactly what we were looking at just a second ago, and I'm going to open up my actions, which I moved over here just to make my life more interesting, and I'm going to use an action called dimetric to isometric, which changes the image size in a specific way. It actually stretches it out. So sorry, the isometric is actually stretched out instead of being more squat. And I do this to support both of them because they're both on Roll20, but I don't think actually anybody uses the dimetric. So I might stop supporting it next month. I haven't decided yet. But it changes the image size in a very specific way, and so that it converts this and makes the image also match the precise image size that is needed for Foundry to operate at a grid of 100 by 100 pixels. So all of this is boring and worthless for everybody but me, which is why I haven't done a video on it, but it took me like a month to figure out. So I'm going to play this selection. And this takes a while. And because we're kind of stretching it and then shrinking it, the distortion isn't terribly noticeable. And again, we kind of want this, all this stuff is going to fade into the background somewhat. It is the background. It's not fading into the background, it becomes the background. We want people to be paying attention to their cool tokens anyway. And because there's oftentimes going to be a lot more scenery than there are tokens on a map, you kind of need them to be lower res anyway. So it doesn't just like, you don't want like all these 600 DPI images all over. And actually people have complained about that before. They're like, why are your tokens 600 DPIs? It's like, because I want to make videos with them and I want them to look nice. All right. So that automatically closes at the end of that because... So you can see they're stretched out a little bit. They're a little bit taller, but we have a specific use that we need to fix here for Foundry specifically. In order to make them snap to the grid, we are going to copy and paste this into our isometric grid staging thingamajig. And we have to make sure that this is lining up perfectly in this grid space. Is this the wrong number of tiles? Now I'm suddenly very worried. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright. So that needs to go down like that. So this whole the big ground tiles need to snap into position, and the only way to get that to work is to make sure that image file is a specific pixel dimension. So I have all of these different sizes of templates all in the same file folder with these grid lines and everything. So you can just imagine how stupid and frustrating this felt to figure this out. But this is the only way I have been able to figure out how to do this is to make a selection inside those exact pixel dimensions, and then make little marks in the corners on that layer, copy that, paste this into a new image, and then erase away that, and then we can save this as a PNG in the right folder. Right, and we'll call this Sci-Fi Sand 12 by 12. Oh my goodness, can you type? And I'm not going to do this for every single one of them, just the ones that really, really need to snap on the grid correctly. So I would do this for this one right here, you know, our kind of like weird ground granola bar right here, this 6x6 tile, and then probably the larger buildings. So probably these kind of like homesteads over here I would do that for, and probably this one too. Because, you know, for the longest time people would pull these assets in to Foundry and go like, I have to like hand place all of these exactly right every time, and it was taking a lot of time to build maps using these map assets, which is inconvenient for the end user, and so I had to fix it. And the thing is, all of these plugins are made by people who have never had to solve that problem before, so I had to solve that problem, and it was a real headache. But once I figured it out, it's all set. So but I don't think I'm going to make you watch all of that. I just thought it would be fun for all of you to kind of like get into my my misery for a little bit. My goodness. I've heard mention of a Discord. I don't have a public Discord, and when I'm talking about Discord, I'm oftentimes talking about other Discords I've joined. So yeah, sorry about that that unclarity, zero consistency. This guy has given me some of the best yet most obvious tips I've ever seen in this platform to make me rejoice, slack my head at the desk at the same time. Yeah, no, I mean, these things can be like that sometimes, right? It's just like, oh my god, why have I been doing it the hard way all this time? Yeah, I've never used actions. Am I missing out? Absolutely. Yeah, there's I mean, stuff that you do all the time. So like, I forget even why I made this action. I'm sure it'll be obvious. Oh yeah, so when I'm putting together my map tiles and everything, oftentimes it helps to add variety to flip them horizontally. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Here we go. So if I put these two map tiles right side by side, you can kind of see that they repeat, which isn't a huge problem. But if I want to add I can get a lot of extra variety out of these map tiles by just flipping them horizontally. And so I have that set up so whenever I hit F3, it does that. And it's just like something I can do to very quickly kind of position things around. So I also have it set up to, to expand a selection and then fill that with whatever's in the foreground color at the touch of a button, because those are like 4 different things that I'm doing. So I don't use a lot of actions, but the actions that I use a lot. Yeah. As someone who makes GIFs, actions are life-saving. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But friends, yeah, I think I am just about finished here, and it's getting somewhat late for me anyway. So I think I might sign off, but I'm going to stay on for just like a few more minutes, just in case anybody had any questions about anything before I go, because I know there's a long delay, so it would be rude, I think, just to say like I'm done and then sign off, because you won't even have a chance to say anything about it. Oh, well, thank you for coming by, Midnight Jester, and thank you for contributing so much to the conversation. I really appreciate it. Heck yeah, yeah. And yeah, Mean Def, or Mean Deef, always good to see you. Wonderful to chat with you. Heck yeah, thanks for stopping by, Shell. That really means a lot. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. We're actually about ready to sign off here, Matthew, but this will all be up. And yeah, gosh, it's like a 4-hour video. My goodness. I came in a little late. Can you start everything over again? You can. This will be uploaded as a regular video, and probably by tomorrow morning or something like that, in the middle of the night, all the live chat replay will also be there as well. It takes a little while for that to get encoded. Yeah, Zero Consistency, the pleasure was all mine. Thank you so much. All right, everybody, have a great night, and yeah, I will see you next time. Heck yeah, Haley. Keep